Hey everybody, probably nobody here, but I accidentally put the wrong day. So I wanted to put the reminder up a little bit early and I had it up for tomorrow, but I'm doing one today. Well, obviously I'm on. All right, hold on though. I got to switch it on my YouTube real quick. All right, so if I switch it over, I just have to switch the time because I put the wrong time. 1 second, guys. If there's anybody in there, just give me 1 minute. I was wondering why it wasn't coming on. It's because I thought today's the 28th. Yeah, I have it. Okay. What's up, guys? I had the wrong day in here. Sorry. Okay, so what's up? Hold on, let me go in here real quick. Okay. What's up, guys? So late night live. How is oh yeah, let me move this over so you guys could hear me. How's everybody doing? Hold on. Oh, so kind of organized here. What's up, Ron Trepanier, Diana Wright, Janine R, Short Nice, Libra, Scotty Pippage, Leanne. Wow. Love you and your show. Oh, thanks, Leanne. Hey, Angelina Gonzalez. Yay, you finally did. Wow. So you were either what time zone are you on? Because usually this is a little bit later than I normally start, but I usually do go in to this late, but I usually start a little bit earlier. So, hey, Sarah S. My phone that must have heard Siri. No phone. I didn't say Siri. Wait, hold on 1 second. No, that's not it. Okay. So how's everybody doing? Mesera, yo. Diana, right? I was on the lake today. I'm sun tired. Oh, yeah. Rivera. Wait, which one is that? Rivera? Which case is that? I don't even know what case. Remind me. I know what Rivera is. That was that court that was okay. Now I know. Never mind. So this is just so you're not confused. I used to be known as Scott Scooter. Okay, thanks for letting me know. So thanks, Scotty Pippage. Why'd you change your name? Yeah, Molly Tibbetts. I know. I realized after I was like Rivera, and then it came to me. So that's good. Probably the stuff I'm sharing might be like it's not like just new today, but it's just like interesting things that have been coming out the last couple of days. I just haven't been able to get on a live. I'll probably start off with well, no, you know what? I'm going to start off with just the one from the Cash Gernon because I just have one little article information with that, and then the other ones I have like videos and stuff. I was going to play. Well, I'll get to it when I get to it. Let me just say hi. Cement shoes, dark sea. Okay, guys. So it's Friday night. Janine R. How's your guys' Friday night? That's Diana Wright's quilt. I'll flip it around in a few days, but yeah. And hey, Missy B, you guys, tomorrow is Mystic Brady, so she is going to it's gonna start at 9 Eastern time tomorrow. Hey, Covert Crime. She's going to be because I don't know what you call it. What do you call the medium or whatever? Like in contact with the people that have passed over or whatever. So she will be kind of answering for Shanann, Maya Malete, and Shanann Watts and Suzanne Morphew. So that's what that'll be about tomorrow. Dinah, darling, what's up? Short, nice. Okay. So, and okay. So, like I said, I don't know if you guys heard about Lori. Well, Never mind. I always have to like say everything I'm going to say first. I don't need to do that. I'll just talk about it as I go. I'm always like trying to give like a summary of everything I'm going to say. And then I'm like, why do I need to do that? Are you talking with the email with your address, Diana? Hey, Ronan the Accuser. Actually, when I play the one longer video, I'm going to have to go get another cup of coffee. I drank it all getting ready for the live, like trying to get the thumbnail and stuff. So I have no coffee. What am I going to do? Okay, so let me find the first thing I wanted to share with you guys. It's about the Cash Gernon. Do I have that too hot now? Okay, so all right. No. All right, here we go. Okay. So let me share my screen. We'll just start, and I'll just chat in between. Jojo Ballistic, what's up? Yeah, Mystic Brady. Hey, mods, will you put her link maybe in the chat for them if they want to check her out? So yeah, we'll be talking about Shanann, Maya, and Suzanne tomorrow. So she'll be, in contact. I don't even know what you call that because I'm not really familiar with what the correct wording would be, but like that she's able to communicate with them. Oh, I don't know what you call that, but yeah, so she'll be trying to get in touch with them. So I made a list of like questions for each one of them, just so she was gonna like kind of like meditate and like read the questions beforehand and maybe try to get them, or I don't even know how to word this, but yeah, so hopefully she'll have some success when she comes. So I know psychic medium. Yeah, okay. I said medium and I was like, is that the right word for it? Medium. Yes, Sarah, I am going live tomorrow too, though. This was just a spontaneous live. I went to the movie with a friend. We were going to see that quiet, what is that called? Be Quiet or Stay Quiet or something. I don't even know what it's called. I didn't see the first one, but the second one came out. We were just gonna go see it just to, get out and do something. And it was sold out. So all the movies at that movie theater was basically sold out except the very front row. And then you couldn't even sit by each other. So so we ended up going to another movie theater and watched that Angelina Jolie movie called, I forget what it was called, but it's about like, it's almost like kind of like a conspiracy type movie where I don't even know how to explain it, but it's the newer Angelina Jolie movie. But anyway, so my point was last night I was up to like 5 a.m, didn't get much done trying to do work. And those of you who are not aware, my doctor thinks I have narcolepsy because I'll fall asleep, but like it comes in waves, so I haven't had it in a while. Like a month goes by, oh, I don't even know I have it, and then all of a sudden, then I have it. It like comes in waves, so it's coming. It's my wave. So anyway, the last 2 days I've just been falling asleep everywhere. So yeah, so I'm trying to do work. I dropped my phone. I'm sitting here at my desk right here, and I'm trying to get stuff ready for videos, and I'm dropping my phone, falling asleep. And then, instead of just going to bed and getting good rest, I just keep saying, no, I'll do it. And, you get back up and you're like, okay, I'm going to do it. And then fall, phone drops, wakes you up. My mouse dropped a few times on the floor. It wakes you up because it makes a big noise. And so I did that till 5 a.m, just constantly. I'd be up for like a couple minutes trying to, so nothing got done. So I ended up going to bed. My point is I sleep until freaking 2 this afternoon, sleep my whole day away. So I go to the movie tonight and I'm like, I'm going to be wide awake. I slept all day. So might as well do a live and hang out with you guys and, talk about these updates because I'll be up late. And I know a lot of you guys are up late. So I said, why not? Anyway, Thrive Live. Yeah, and where was I on the way home? Was this yesterday or the day before? I was, coming from a store or something. And normally, like, I'm okay driving when I have these like when I fall asleep. Usually if I'm just like driving, city driving, stoplights, normally I'm fine that way. It's when I get on the highway, like if I visit my brother in Columbus or you get on the highway where I'll be like, oh, shaking my head and slapping my face, trying to stay awake. It's hard. But for some reason the other day, like I said, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, I was driving at the lights, like just the city light driving, stop sign lights. I mean, no highway driving. And I was having trouble staying awake. I was like shaking my head and I like have to slap my face to kind of like wake me up. And I was just like, oh my God, are you kidding me? Like it helps if you like shake your head real hard and that kind of wakes you up. But I mean, I don't know. It's just, it comes in waves. So I could be good for like a month or two and nothing. And then it comes back. And who knows how long it lasts. But it's like, just actually, so I go to the movie and then I come home to eat dinner. I ate dinner late because I ate my breakfast late. So I was eating. I freaking fell asleep at the freaking dinner table. I'm like, what the heck? Oh, it's crazy. So yeah, I still have to get a sleep study. I haven't done it yet. Anyway, so there's my little quick story. I like scary film. I love scary movies. I can't remember what that video. Just look up Angelina's new movie title. I mean, it was really good. I just can't remember what it was called. I know CH, and I don't usually, I'm usually pretty good because I've never had it happen driving just through like the city type. I don't know what you call it, just not highway driving. Like I never had an issue with it because you're always like stopping and going. So it's just I never had that problem. But the other day was the first time I had that problem. And I was like, what the heck? Normally it's just the highway, so I'll try to avoid being on the highway or going anywhere that needs to go on the highway when I'm going through this. I don't know why. Normally it's not, and it was, and it's like, you got to be kidding me. Now I'm not going to be able to drive just like around here. So I was fine though to the movie and back today, but it was just, I don't know. Yeah, it sucks. So Chelsea Lynn, what's up? So Tina Fam. All right. Lavina, what's up, Lavina? Those Who Want Me Dead. Yes, thanks, Alex. That's what it was. It was pretty good. That boy that plays in it, he was an awesome actor. He was so good. He was such a good actor. Have you seen it, Alex Scott? How good was he? You just probably like, gosh, I'm bad with ages. I would guess maybe 6 or 7, maybe a little older, but he was really good. It was like, wow, good acting, boy. Hey, Megan J, think for yourself. Thanks, Crime Powwow. This is a quilt that Diana Wright made for me. And then she's going to quilt my banner. I have to send it to her. I haven't sent it yet out yet, Diana. I'll try to get that out this week. All right. Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia. Share my screen. Delana in the house. What's up, Delana? Open minds. Yeah, Diana, it's here. She made it. She's good. It's really good quality too. And like, look at the stitching and stuff. And the other side's really cool too. So, and then like I said, I'm sending my banner in, and then she's going to quilt my banner, which is going to be awesome because that's so thick. Like I didn't need, like with my banner, I have to tape the back and stick tags in it because it'll fall, or tags. But with this, I just kind of laid it over, and it's so heavy and thick and kind of, and it just stays up there. I don't have anything in it. It's just staying. It's pretty cool. Cement shoes. Okay, so let me read this about Darian Brown real quick. I'm so glad it's Friday long weekend for me. These weeks are flying by for me, actually, though. I mean, I know sometimes sometimes it takes takes forever, but for some reason this week is like, or these weeks lately are just, it's like, is it Friday already? What the heck? I don't know, Mama Mia. I don't talk to him that much anymore. I try to at least maybe text like once a week, but he was busy work at the pizza shop, and I guess he's quitting for some reason. I have to talk to him. I don't know. Genetic HDL, my patients. Oh, really, Tina? The weird thing is, I know, I'm sorry, last time I talked about health too, but I just want to tell you, because maybe you know, the weird thing is I was thinking, because I have these other weird symptoms that come like in waves, and I was going to the doctor for those, not this sleeping problem. It was for those. And my mom had it in my head, like, check your thyroid. And the doctor always checked my thyroid, but he said there's like a more in-depth testing that the endocrinologist could test. So he sent me there. So I go there and I tell him my symptoms. I tell her my symptoms, and none of the symptoms I tell her have to do with falling asleep, because I wasn't telling her those symptoms. I was trying to get to this other issue. So I tell her these other weird symptoms I have, and she said, it sounds like narcolepsy. And I'm thinking, what I just told you? Because none of them were that I just fall asleep like I do. And I was like, that is so weird that you say that. And then I told her about that. Because, when you hear narcolepsy, you just think people just falling asleep out of nowhere. Well, there's other symptoms that go along with that. And whatever the other symptoms I told her, that's what made her say narcolepsy, not the falling asleep. It's like, man, you're good. I was like, well, you bring that up. I wasn't even going to tell you this because I didn't think me falling asleep everywhere really had anything to do with the thyroid or whatever. So I told her that. So, yeah. So there's other symptoms that do go along with it, but I'm not going to get all into them. They're really weird symptoms I have, but the falling asleep is a part of it. So I didn't even put the connection together that like the falling asleep has something to do with the other stuff, or that not the narcolepsy could have like that all of it could go together. So it's crazy, guys. Anyway, hey Meg. Yeah. I know. I was impressed by her. I was like, whoa, you probably are right, because listen to this. I fall asleep all the time when it comes. Who? Delana? Yeah, her birthday. Anybody's birthday today? I know, it's Thrive Life. All right, so Love and Coco in the house. What's up, Love and Coco? Hey, C3H2. Open minds. Okay, so Angelina Gonzalez, she said, hey, May and Sarah. Okay. All right. So there's just this article that came out. Where did I put it at? Where did I put it at real quick? Well, so remember Cash Gernon is the one that Darian Brown took him, the video where you see him take the twin out of the bedroom, takes him out, ends up killing him, goes back for the second boy. We don't know why he went back. He goes back, kind of talks, says some weird things, touches the kid, and then just walks out. So, he's been charged, but there's another incident that he was involved in. So I thought it was kind of interesting. So let me get this ready here. Oh, there we go. All right. Let me share this. Oh, it's already up. So let me read this here for you. It's not staying very good. So we have the 18-year-old accused of killing 4-year-old Cash Gernon, Darian Brown, now faces 2 more charges. One of the charges details another incident involving a 2-year-old girl in February of this year, according to an arrest affidavit. In addition to kidnapping and theft, Brown is charged with injury to a child, elderly individual, or disabled individual. And I'm thinking remember those posts that I read in my last video about this, where all the neighbors were like, no, he did this. Remember, she said her granddaughter was disabled and he tried to come and kidnap her. She called 911. They put her on hold. So I'm guessing this all has to do with that. So those were legit posts. I had a feeling like all those neighbors posting that was real, because there was too many of them that were saying like the same weird things. But anyway, yeah, so he's being charged for injury to a child, elderly individual, or disabled individual. Additionally, he faces a second burglary charge. So according to the affidavit for the burglary charge, Brown entered a man's home and started going through all the rooms and closets, picking up a kitchen knife. The man demanded that he leave. The homeowner managed to get Brown out of his home, but he came back and started kicking and damaging an interior door between the garage and home. The homeowner opened the door and Brown re-entered, punching the man in the forehead, according to the affidavit. I'm going to get this thing out of here. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. I want this. Oh, well. Okay. So then, where am I? So he punches him in the freaking forehead. And then it was then that Brown allegedly walked into the living room where the man's 2-year-old granddaughter was sleeping. He grabbed her and started carrying her toward the laundry room at the back of the house near the garage door. wait. Her grandfather demanded Brown let her go, but he continued with the child toward the door. Fearing Brown would take the child from his home, the man physically removed her from his grasp, according to the affidavit. The grandfather put the girl back on the couch, then confronted Brown in the kitchen. Brown allegedly punched the man in the face, then fled out the back door. The child's grandfather later told the police that he was startled and began crying when she awoke to Brown holding her. Wait, the child's grandfather later told the police she was startled. Oh, talking about. Oh, so maybe because he's in he. So maybe when I was reading that post, this is a separate one, or I just assumed that it was a woman and it actually was a man that was making the post, or it could have just been his wife or something. I don't know why I have to read that again if I just assumed it was a woman and they just said granddaughter. But anyway, how crazy. So he punched. So it looks like maybe he punched him twice. Tries to take the freaking little girl. Thank God. I bet you he's like saying, thank God. Like, I mean, look what he did to Cash. He would have took her out, have been gone. Like, but the thing is like, whether this is the same incident as the post or not, there were so many warnings, basically. So many chances to get this guy that they missed. The cops missed. They just didn't, I don't know. They should have had him in there after that. So at the time of the incident, the homeowner decided not to press charges. 2 weeks after the incident, the man ran into Brown at Walmart. He told police that Brown approached him and apologized, saying he was sorry for breaking into his house and trying to take his grandchild. Wow. So child abuse detectives met with the man on May 18th to interview him about the incident on February 8th. He told them he now wanted to press charges against Brown. So I guess that could be a part. If he would have just pressed charges, man, the other one would have been avoided possibly. So now it's making me wonder. Well, let me finish reading this and then we'll talk because maybe it'll talk about it. Let's see. So this was 3 days after Cash was found in the 7,500. Wait, what was 3 days after? Hold on a second. February. Wait. I don't know if they're saying now that he wanted to press charges 3 days after Cash was found. About a half mile from a home he was living at with his twin brother in Florina. He was lying in a pool of blood, had multiple wounds from what investigators say was an edged weapon, and did not have on a shirt or shoes. A jogger discovered Cash's body. The woman told CBS 11 News that she initially thought what she was seeing was a dog, but quickly realized it wasn't. The closer I get to it, I can tell it's human because I see a hand and I see legs. Very traumatizing. I have 3 kids. To see a child covered in blood in the middle of the street is truly traumatizing, she said. According to an arrest warrant affidavit, home surveillance video shows a person who police said is Brown lifting Cash from his crib as he slept and carrying the boy away. The woman who had the child in her care, Monica Sherrod, is the girlfriend of Cash's father. According to the court papers, Sherrod identified Brown as the person in the video and said that while she knew him, he did not have permission to be inside her home. A second video alleged shows Brown returning. It appears to take Cash's twin, Carter, but he leaves without taking the boy. This would have happened after Cash was already deceased. Okay. So I'm not sure. Maybe this isn't the same incident as the lady. I thought, or whoever posted that about them trying to take their granddaughter, because I thought she said she was on. Well, she could have still made a charge. I'm not sure, but so yeah, he comes in, tries to take this girl. So now they're gonna have these new charges. So that's pretty crazy. Okay. Let me take this off real quick. Oh, hey, hold on. Thanks for the super chat, Sarah. Oh, thanks. Okay, so you say now I'm questioning if he did have help. Maybe it was just him. Yeah, I mean, I don't. But that flashlight though, in the window, like that's why I'm starting to question if there was somebody, because what was it at the window? It definitely looked like somebody was on the other side of that window. You know? That's why I think, I mean, because if there was, then he had to have had help, right? But I guess it doesn't mean that that person helped kill him, but I mean, he helped kidnap him basically. So yeah, either way. All right, let me find something here. Let's see something. All right, so I think that's all so far that I'm. No, I mean just for this case, but I'm gonna look for something on this case to see if I can find something while I'm playing some videos. But all right, so next I want to show you. So did you all hear about Larry Vallow? All right, hold on. But thanks for the super chat, Sarah Am. All right, warrant. Hold on, I'm just gonna get this stuff up. So we got that, and this. I'm just bringing up some of the new documents that they added for the Lori case. Okay, so the first one we'll go over is this one. So this is the state of Ohio versus Noreen Vallow. Says order staying case. This court on today's date entered an order staying further proceedings in case CR 2220 based on the issue of defendant's competency. Having taken judicial notice of that order and the basis for entering a stay in that case, it is ordered pursuant to this case is also stayed pending determination of the issue's defendant competency. So she's basically incompetent right now until she's going to get she went through a psych evaluation and she's incompetent to stand trial as of right now, but she's going to get treatment, I guess. And I mean, so I don't know what's going to happen. She's going to get treatment, but right now there's a stay. Like she's not competent right now. Can you believe that? Oh, thanks, Love and Coco. Thank you. Yeah. So actually there's I mean that's the actual thanks, Love and Coco. You're so nice. You're so generous. And Kate Lily, thanks for the super sticker. That's a court document, but yeah, I could talk fine here. Hold on. I was gonna read maybe like a part of an article where they could word it a lot better than me on about that. Hold on 1 second. Well, this article is kind of interesting, real quick, and then I want to play a few interviews with Justin Lum. He interviews Zac Cox, which is Adam, Lori's brother's son, and then he interviews Colby, and he interviews Kay and JJ's grandparents. So I want to play those 3 videos, but first let me just read this little article here. I don't know how many of you guys have seen those already. Hopefully you guys are interested, because I mean, with all of them taken into account, it's like one's like 20 minutes long, one's, I don't know. I mean, they're kind of long, so hopefully you guys are interested in watching them. But this article is kind of interesting. So Chandler PD submits murder charge against Lori Vallow for death of former husband. So this was just published 1 day ago. So Chandler police submitted an investigation into Larry Vallow regarding the death of Charles Vallow to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office on April 1st. The charge is conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The charging decision will be up to MCAO, and the formal charge could come one of two ways: direct complaint leading to preliminary hearing or a grand jury indictment. This comes after Vallow and her husband, Chad Daybell, were indicted in the deaths of her children, J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Daybell's first wife, Tammy. The homicide investigation began in July 2019. Lori moved her kids, J.J. and Tylee, to Rexburg, Idaho, not long after. The shooter in this case is her brother, who has been dead for more than a year. Larry Vallow is now facing 2 counts of murder, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder in Idaho, and could face a 4th charge for conspiracy to commit murder in Arizona. So investigators, and then Justin Post, investigators have been working in this case since July 2019. I'm told police report has grown to 1,000 pages. It says lead detective on the case told Fox 10 last August Chandler PD was close. I remember that when they said that. They said like less than 6 months, but oh well, if it takes them longer, let them, build a stronger case, as long as they get to it. So Lori Vallow's 4th husband was shot and killed by her brother Alex, who claimed self-defense. And then this is where I'm going to play this. So his cousins Tylee and JJ felt like siblings. He was also close to Lori's husband at the time, Charles. So this is Zac. I think the ball was completely dropped when it happened, Cox said. On July 11, 2019, Lori's brother Alex Cox called 911 after shooting Charles in the chest twice at their home in Chandler. He told the officers that Charles hit him in the head with a baseball bat during a fight. Body camera footage at the scene showed Lori smiling at officers. Cox says he didn't find out about the shooting until a few days later when he noticed Tylee crying. I can just tell that she wanted to say something to me, Cox said. Zac never saw her again. Just months prior, Charles had asked Gilbert police for help regarding the mental health of his wife. She said, "You're not Charles. I don't know who you are, what you did with Charles, but I can murder you with my powers," Charles told police. The late husband told Gilbert police that Lori had lost her mind. "I should have done more back then," Cox said. Everyone in the family hated Charles. No one was talking to him, answering his calls. Cox said that as early as 2017, Lori, a devout member of the Mormon Church, was a big fan of doomsday fictional author Chad Daybell, who lived in Idaho. He filed for divorce in 2019, saying Lori believed she was a translated being preparing for the second coming of Jesus Christ. By summer, Zac says Charles asked for help to record Lori making these statements for her bishop to hear. Oh, wait. By summer, Zac says, Charles asked for help to record Lori making these statements for her bishop to hear. Charles thought if he could get her excommunicated from the church, she wouldn't be able to go to the temple anymore. She loved going to the temple, and she'd snap out of it. And obviously no one in the family would help, Cox said. Fast forward to 2019 when Lori's former husband was shot and killed by Alex Cox. Zac and other family members found out about the shooting on the news. Zac says he never brought up the self-defense claim and wishes he spoke to Tylee about what happened. She started walking towards me and my grandma kind of guided her. She started walking towards me and my grandma kind of guided her shoulders and walked her out. And that was the last time I saw Tylee. Well, you know what? I want to see something. Yeah, that's almost over. Okay. And then we're gonna watch this video in a minute. This is almost done here. Charles' former lawyers released a statement in the light of Chandler police announcement. So yeah, I have that. I had that in my files, but I wonder if they're gonna just show it here. The newer one. Wait. Charles feared for his life and predicted his demise from the day he stepped in our office and said, "If anything happens to me, it was Lori and her brother Alex who did it." Lori is also accused of conspiring with her current husband, Chad Daybell, to kill his first wife, Tammy. Lori's brother is named several times in the indictment as a co-conspirator, but he's dead too. Every day we were scared Al was going to come kill us, Zac Cox said. We really were. A judge signed an order to place a pause on Vallow on the Vallow case after a psychological evaluation determined that at this time she is not fit to stand trial. Assessment determined that at this time the defendant is not competent to proceed and recommends restorative treatment. Prosecutors plan to contest the findings in a future hearing. So, yeah, this is the thing Boyce signed. The order to stay. Oh, this one has more. Wasn't it? Hold on a second. I just want to see something. Order to stay. Wonder why that's not in. Hold on. 1 second. Huh. How is it not in the other thing? But it's in the article. Okay. So let's just read this real quick. On March 8th, 2021, the court under seal entered an order for competency evaluation pursuant, blah, blah, blah. This has a little bit more. That's why I'm reading it. The evaluation was ordered after the defendant's fitness to proceed was drawn into question by counsel. Pursuant to, this case was stayed from further proceedings pending a determination of the issue of defendant's competency. Thereafter, the court and counsel for the parties received the completed psychological assessment prepared by a licensed clinical psychologist who is qualified pursuant to to perform such an assessment. The completed assessment determined that at this time the defendant is not competent to proceed and recommends restorative treatment. And then, let's see. So there's a couple other picture of Colby and Charles and Lori, and then Justin posted. Meanwhile, Gilbert police tells me the shooting investigation regarding Brandon Boudreaux, the ex-husband of Lori Vallow's niece, is still open. The shooting happened on 10/2/19 as Boudreaux pulled into his driveway. He believes Lori's brother Alex Cox tried to kill him. Okay, so we're gonna watch some videos. Okay. I want to see something. Okay. That's not the video. All right, you guys, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get the video now. So we'll watch. First we'll watch one with Zac. So remember, this is Adam's son, and he was the nephew that Charles was talking about when. Remember when the police came to when they had him kick down the door, he's basically trying to come in, get in his house, and Lori had taken the kids to the hotel and locked the doors. He couldn't get in, and he called the cops, and they basically make him try to kick in the door. And remember, he's talking to him, and he's talking about that she's with her nephew or whatever. That's the nephew that she was with at the time. So she was like kind of brainwashing him probably at some point. I actually haven't watched this whole video yet, so this is kind of be the first time. So I don't know what he says, but I remember that was a nephew she was hanging around with at that time. Let me just read you one more thing. This was the Charles's. Hold on. So Charles. Oh, wrong one. Charles's why can't I talk? From his lawyers. the statement. I just want to read it real quick and then we'll watch the video. So this was Charles Vallow murder investigation. This statement is made in response to recent developments in the murder investigation of our former client, Charles Vallow. We are grateful for the diligence shown by the many law enforcement agencies involved in Charles's murder investigation in Arizona, as well as the related homicide investigations taking place in Idaho. We are also grateful for the news that the Chandler Police Department has submitted their investigation to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, recommending Lori be charged with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder in the death of Charles Vallow. Charles feared for his life and predicted his demise from the day he stepped in our office and said, "If anything happens to me, it was Lori and her brother Alex who did it." Our hearts and prayers go out to all of the people affected by these heinous crimes, and know that our complete justice can never be achieved in these cases. Nevertheless, our hope and faith remain that the criminal justice process will appropriately punish the individuals responsible for these crimes. Okay, so that's that. Now we'll watch the one with video with Zac and Justin while I'm here. Okay, let's watch it. All right.
Do I need to hit continue here?
I'm recording to the cloud right now, so we're good to go. Cool. Yeah. All right. Zac Cox, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I've never gotten to talk to you on the record, but we've always been in touch. Yep. And just so people know, Zac, you are Lori Vallow's nephew.
Correct. Yep. I am Adam Cox's son, her brother.
So Charles Vallow was Uncle Charles to you.
Yep.
Tylee Ryan was like a sister.
Yep.
JJ Vallow was like your little brother.
Lori was like a second mom.
And you lived with them.
I lived with them January 2018 to about May of 2018, and then I went back home for the summer and came back to Arizona September-ish of 2018 and lived with Lori until about January of 2019 when things really picked up and snapped off with Charles.
So that's huge. I really, of course, want to get your reaction on.
You probably know that Hartville Hardware is America's largest hardware store. But did
How is there a commercial already? It's 1 minute into it. Hold on, let me make sure that it didn't. Stupid music. This is where I like to download my own, but I didn't have time. So I could edit out the commercials and stuff for when I play it. I just didn't think after 1 minute there'd be a freaking commercial. Just give me 1 minute. Let me just make sure that. Gosh darn it. I know you guys probably think I'm overreacting, but no, they're weird. They're very strict about music and stuff. So let's see. Well, I mean, it looks like I don't know. Sometimes it takes a minute anyway. I'll just keep checking. Gosh darn it. Oh well. All right, let's try this again. I'll just have to be really looking. Like, I don't mind watching ads if I'm watching a YouTube video, but when I'm playing it on my live stream, the only reason I get mad is because there's music in them. So you could get a copyright for the music. If it's just on your ad on your video, then you don't. But if you're playing it and it's, I don't know, I can't explain it, but basically I have got a copyright from an ad music from an ad that I was playing on not if you put the ad on, but you know what I'm saying. So it only takes like one little, it could be like 2 seconds of it and you get it. And I'm not so much concerned about the claim, but I don't want to get a strike, knock on wood, because yeah, I don't even want to talk about it. But okay, let's just hope it'll be all right. So stupid. 1 minute though. Who would have guessed? I was going to start looking for it after a couple minutes so I could hurry up. You know, when an ad comes, I hurry up and turn down the sound. But gosh darn it. It was 1 minute and 13 seconds already an ad. I usually wait till like 15 minutes. It depends on how long the video is, how long I wait, but not one. Oh well. All right. So let's try this again, guys. Thanks, Loving Coco. Thanks. You are too generous. No, but thank you so much. That helps. All right. I knew if I knew I should have just edited it, but sometimes you're running around, you don't have time. You try to get everything done, and that just takes time to do it, which I would have done it, but I wouldn't have been able to go live then because I was gone all day. Okay, so let me just try this again here. There we go. I'll have to just be right here watching it very closely. All right, let's do this.
Case, the death investigation with Charles Vallow, and now obviously everyone knows that Chandler PD has submitted their case for one charge of conspiracy to commit murder to the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. So it's up to MCAO to actually charge her, but this is huge for Charles. But we're going to go all the way back to, I just want you to tell me what 2018 to 2019 was like. You saw the change in her. And that date, 2018, October 2018 specifically, the 26th, when she met Chad Daybell in Utah for preparing the people, that's when prosecutors saying this is when it began for them. You really saw how everything unfolded in the household. Just take me back to that and how she was acting.
Yeah, so for me, it was 2017. They had just moved to Arizona from Hawaii. And I went out there with Colby and my dad for spring break. And they were all gone one day. Like everyone in the family went to do something or go see a movie. And I kind of hung out at the house with Lori. And she started talking about all these books that she's been reading. Chad Daybell books. I forgot what this other book was called, but it's really controversial in the LDS church for the beliefs. I'm trying to remember what it is. I'll say it if it pops up. And talking about Julie Rose podcast and listening to those things. And she said some scary stuff that I was sitting there with JJ and one of my other cousins. And to me, I was, I think 17, 18. She was saying, if you watch an R-rated movie or say a bad word, there's always an evil spirit that's screaming in your face, like encouraging it. And I was on my phone like, wow, that's crazy. So, time goes on, I move in with them and start working in Arizona. And she spent a lot of time at the temple. Charles would go on trips, so I'd help with JJ for business. So I'd help watch JJ, hang out with Tylee. She'd be at the temple for about 8 hours a day, like a full-time job sometimes. And I think on Thursdays, she actually did work at the temple in Gilbert. So a lot of the changes I saw was she started to, like if we were driving in the car, instead of listening to the radio or music, it would be a Julie Rowe podcast. Or I forgot his name, maybe Mike Stroud had a podcast, a lot of really religious outside of the church podcasts. So she was always listening to something from these beliefs. And change-wise, because I had talked to Charles about it, because she was telling us that she never had to again, never had to go to the bathroom, that she was invincible. When she was saying these things, it was towards January of 2019 when she had kicked Charles out of the house. That's when I had left, and that's when she was saying those things mostly.
That was late January 2019, and we see the body camera footage.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
Charles is, pleading with Gilbert PD because he wanted her mentally evaluated and all his stuff was gone. We know that story.
That was the day
It
that
was hard. It was hard for you though. And a lot of people have questions about this. He was contacting you, he was contacting Tyler. What was he saying and why was that difficult for you? What were you doing?
So January, I can't remember the day. I was really
Probably
upset.
the 30th, around, I think the 30th.
It was the very end of January. I know that because
Yeah.
we had just moved into that house at January 1st. We were only in that new house for about a month. Lori had told me that Charles was dead and there was a zombie living in him, and she was really manipulative about some things before that with Charles, with the entire family. So the entire family's cutting Charles off. She sends this text, me and Charles are in a big fight. If he calls you, don't answer. So everyone in my family listened to that and instantly sided with Lori because Lori was saying that he was having an affair. So come that day, she tells me that he's a zombie, he's dead. There's someone living inside him named Ned Schneider. And this is the day that it kind of snapped for me. Because previously I had discussed this with Charles. And I said, this was before really everything happened. But I was like, what do you believe? Because he had asked me too. I mean, do you believe the things Lori's saying? And I was like, well, I don't. And I don't want you to get mad if you believe him. And he said, I don't believe him. But, it makes her happy. She's taking care of JJ. She's making dinner. Like she was living a regular life, believing these things. And at the time, obviously, she ended up hurting others and hurting herself, but none of us knew it would get this big. And we just said, she's not hurting anyone. She's not hurting herself. Like for believing these things, it's, if anyone believes anything, whether it be politics, religion, sports, it was her belief and it wasn't affecting us. So he said, just nod your head and keep her happy because she was happy and they were happy until that October where she had met Chad, where according to those documents is really when everything started to plan out.
The documents that Chad emailed about light and dark spirits or who she was in her past life and other people who they were in their past lives in her circle. Like, had you seen these on paper? Has she talked about them? Were these like very confidential to her?
She was very confident. She was really confidential about them. She had one where she was out and about and she had asked me to text her. I sent it over to you, I think, one of those pictures, but she had asked me to text her a picture of some page she left on the printer. And I went downstairs, took a picture, texted it to her. And I think it was something about their past lives and people that they knew. Some of the other experiences I had was they filmed one of their podcast episodes downstairs when I was upstairs, and she had told me, if I come downstairs, it'd be super quiet and not interrupt, things like that. And that was with, Melanie Gibb, Jason Mao, and I forgot his name, but he was part of their podcast too. There was a fourth guy.
Thor?
Yep, it was Thor. So they filmed that podcast down below, but sorry I get sidetracked because there's just so many things that pop up.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, this is a tight group, a tight-knit group doing the podcast, I assume. Did they worship Chad? How much did they talk about Chad? Or was he kind of just behind the scenes still at that point?
Lori was, to me, Chad was just an author that Lori and Alex read his books. I didn't know that they had Chad, they were meeting up with things like that. Because Al actually gave me one of his books one time, Chasing Paradise is the name. And he said, if you read this, I'll give you $100. Because he wanted me, and it was about, they really believed it was a true story that this girl.
But Alex was really into it too, not just Lori.
Yeah,
Alex and Lori were both on the same wavelength with these books. They're always fans. Yeah. And wanted to bring you in or whoever would listen.
Right. Yeah. The thing about Alex too is mentally he was always off. Like he was a weird guy. And he was definitely easy to manipulate. And I think Lori knew that. And she was very manipulative. But he full-hearted believed these things. She had told Al that she talked to Jesus Christ face to face. one time, and Al went and told his bishop that. And then his bishop was kind of like, that's kind of strange. That's an awesome experience, but I've never heard of, someone saying that before. And Lori had gotten mad at Al about it because Al would go and say these things to other people. Were crazy, and she knew that, and it would upset her that he would go tell other people that. So that's how that really was. They had that dynamic of always, same thing with him, he was a truck driver, and instead of like listening to music or the radio, he was listening to religious podcasts and these I don't know what the right word is for these books, these preparing a people books, maybe.
Yeah.
Kind of about the end of times and things. But going back to that day with Charles, so we get into that fight around the afternoon, and I start packing up my things, and Tylee comes upstairs because Lori had asked for Tylee to go pick up JJ from school, and take him to do something fun. So Tylee had asked me if I wanted to go with her to pick him up from school and go do something fun. So I said yes. So finish packing my things, load up my car. We take her car, go pick up JJ, and then we went to eat at Freddy's. He loved going to Freddy's right by his school. And then we went to the movies, and we saw a movie, and JJ loved to play in the play area at the movies. So he did that while we were watching a movie. And I came back and got in my car, and I went to my grandparents. And my whole thought process during this time was that I don't like conflict. I know Lori and Charles have had fights before. I know this one was a little different with why she was fighting with him. And I really, to be honest, I just didn't want to be involved. It was something that I thought they would work out, things like that. So it was a long day. I get to my grandparents around like 7:30 at night because they know Charles is having a fight. Charles and Lori were having a fight. And I said, hey, can I stay with you guys for a little bit if that doesn't pan out? And they said, sure. And I regret it. I plugged in my phone, set it down, and I went to sleep that night. And that's when I woke up to 30 texts from Charles. That was the night that, and I should have called him. That's probably one of my biggest regrets is that I didn't call him that day driving to my grandparents saying Lori's going crazy. He had canceled like that. That's one of my biggest regrets with this whole thing. And
so you had witnessed that she was upset. You're on that other side where Charles is coming back from Houston and you were with Lori and she's saying that he's a zombie. He's Ned or Nick Schneider. She cancels his flight, etc. The truck is taken. His stuff. I don't know. How does one person go about removing all these belongings too?
So she had Melanie Gibb come over and help her out. And that's when me, Tylee, and JJ were gone.
So it was just her and Melanie Gibb
packed up
taking out all his clothes, his laptop, or whatever he had.
So Charles had said too, once he found his stuff, because I woke up to about 30 texts from him, and I woke up at 7 and called him instantly. And he said he was at the house and he found his stuff. She hid all of his stuff. She packed it up in boxes and put it behind the food storage in this closet because she had a ton of food storage too. So she left it all behind this stuff thinking he would never find it. Or it got to a point where she eventually told him where his truck was. And there were some other things that happened. I think he had gone to JJ's school that day too to pick him up with the rental car. And he took her purse, and that was that whole thing.
That's a little body camera footage, and Lori's telling her side to the cops, and eventually she goes and gets mentally evaluated, but she's released like that.
Right. So past that, then she's fit for trial.
And you went to your grandparents talking about Barry and Janice. I'm interested in what they thought.
And that's the other thing is I was in a tough situation that this is probably my biggest regret is I should have done more back then. Everyone in the family hated Charles. No one was talking to him, answering his calls, texts, going off on him because they believe.
Who is everyone? First off, so people know who's everyone. The majority.
The whole Cox family. Barry, Janice, Summer, her husband, Colby, Kelsey, everyone took Lori's side immediately without listening to Charles.
They assume she's telling the truth.
Yep.
He's having an affair.
Yep.
We don't want anything to do with it. We're not talking to him.
My dad, me, Brandon was monitored by Melanie when it came to talking to Charles, because she was obviously really tight knit with Lori, but we were the only ones talking to Charles. And I really felt like I was an undercover agent talking to Charles without, because if they saw his name pop up on my phone, I knew, there'd be conflict, there would be a fight. So I would be texting Charles, call him when I was out on my own or driving around. And this went on for really that whole period up until he was killed, from about January to July.
When you say monitored, Melanie Pulowski monitored her ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. What do you mean, like checking the phone for Charles?
Not checking it, but like Brandon wouldn't be able to get away to actually like speak with Charles. He never really had the right opportunity. They had the kids they had to watch. Like he couldn't really get time to himself. So I remember one time too, Charles was saying that he's going to move back to Houston with JJ. And this was, Kay came down to visit Charles and stay with him. And he said they were moving. If I wanted to come by, because I would go by the house, see them for a little bit when I could. I was going to real estate school at the time. And after class, I'd go and see them and then head home. But he said one point they were moving back to Houston, which they did. And I told my grandparents that I was going to go see Charles and JJ before he left. Well, my grandma had texted Lori about that and said, hey, just a heads up, because I saw that she left this text, her phone on the computer, sorry. She left her phone on the table, and said like, hey, Zac is going to see Charles and JJ, just wanted you to give you a heads up. Because at this point, I would text Lori occasionally to check in. I think this is when she was in Hawaii, kind of off and doing her own thing. This is when no one really knew where she was at.
Yeah.
And I was worried about her. I mean, this was a really confusing time for me, to where all this stuff is going on. I know if I get caught talking to Charles, I could get kicked out of this house. I know that I love Lori and I was worried about her at the time. And I want to make everyone happy. Like, I don't want people to think I'm siding, which, to be honest, I wish I would have just been more bold about it. That's something that I regret. I should have just instantly stuck up with Charles's side and let the family know that's where I was at, because he was 100% right. And it kind of just pissed me off that she had said that text to Lori like I was doing something bad. Like that was such an awful thing that I was going to see Charles and JJ. So that's how they viewed it. That's how everyone viewed this situation with Charles when it happened. Another key thing that Charles said was that everything Lori is accusing Charles of doing is what she was actually doing. So she was accusing Charles of cheating with, prostitutes, whoever, had this girlfriend in Texas, when she's really having an affair with Chad Daybell. And then she had accused Charles, my dad, Brandon, and me. This is what we found out. I mean, it's such a lengthy story, but after Charles was killed, no one in the family told us. Colby, my grandparents, no one texted us. So my dad's in town in Arizona, and we're house sitting at my Aunt Summer's house because their family's in New York, and we're watching their dog. And my dad flew in Wednesday night. Thursday comes, which is the morning that Charles was killed. And, I go to work that day. My dad does whatever with my grandparents. I think he went to go eat with them and then was at the house. And then that night we went to play basketball. Friday comes, we went to see our second cousins that we were related with. Still no word from Charles. We sent him a couple texts, and it was weird because he's normally always on his phone. So at this point, Charles has been dead for basically 24 hours, and we still don't know. No one told us, texted us. They all knew because they were going through Charles's phone and saw that me and my dad were texting with, and Brandon were texting with Charles, the family, the Cox family. So Friday comes, we go visit with second cousins. I get off work, go to sleep that night. Texted Colby if he wanted to go play basketball, no response. Obviously, we texted Al if he wanted to go to the comedy club to go do something, no response. So no one's responding to us, no one's talking to us. Saturday comes and we drive up to Tucson to see my dad's friend, to visit with him. And while we're driving up there, we were seriously like, did they do something to Charles? Because we haven't heard from him in 2 days. Calls, texts, and I mean, he was always on his phone. He would at least respond. So we get there and we start talking to my dad's friend in Tucson, and we're like, man, we haven't heard from Charles. Like, Lori and Al have been super crazy. And at this point, me and Lori have zero relationship. She had said some more rumors about me that she had spread to the family and to Melanie, Brandon's ex-wife, because at this point I was living with Brandon and Melanie. So I experienced the same thing with their marriage, again. And it's just a mess. So
It's a lot.
It's a lot. And I'm sorry if I go off on tangents.
No, you're not. I've never heard your perspective this way, because you're in this basically the front row seat. Seen everybody, right? And this is July 12th, July 13th by the time you haven't heard about Charles, because he was killed July 11th, and then you find out everything, and you know it's got to be hard knowing that's your uncle. But did you believe it was self-defense?
So so he gets killed July 11th. I'm looking at the calendar here for 2019 July. He gets killed the 11th in the morning. It's July 13th, Saturday afternoon. We're in Tucson. And we're telling my dad's friend, like, we think Lori and Al might have done something, because it's just so weird that we haven't heard from him and how crazy they've been. And my dad's friend goes, well, how do you spell his name? I want to look him up, like, on social media or online to see what it looks like. So he Googles Charles Vallow, and all these news reports pop up. Texas man fatally shot and killed by brother-in-law. And when he said that, he read that out loud. And like, I get goosebumps still talking about it, but like my heart dropped. And we pulled up the article, and I mean, instantly reading it, saying that it was self-defense and Charles hit Al with a baseball bat. I mean, if Charles really hit Al with a baseball bat, Al would be dead. I mean, Al would be seriously injured, not able to shoot a gun. He wouldn't have one tiny scratch, on the back of his head.
Yeah. He would be blacked out, knocked out at the least.
I mean, at least knocked out, right? Bleeding, needing to go to the hospital. He would. So we called Kay that day, and Kay and Larry, and they were in shock. They had said that no one believed it, really. No one believed the story. I'm trying to remember exactly what we talked about, but Kay and Larry were on speakerphone, we were on speakerphone, and I was just sitting there with my shirt over my head down. I literally could not believe this had happened. Like, they murdered Charles. There's no doubt about it. So, and then, when you see the footage of the body cam of the police, he's laying there with the bat perfectly next to him, and his flip-flops are still on. I mean, if there was a scuffle, at least, like, to me, flip-flops are coming off if there's a scuffle. I mean, there's just so many things that stuck out to me when I saw that video that didn't add up. And the baseball was placed perfectly, didn't roll around. Like, the bat, sorry, not the baseball bat. It just didn't make sense. Off the rip, we didn't believe it. Lori at this point had told the family that my dad, me, Brandon, Charles were all conspiring against her, trying to get her insurance money, which is what she really was going after with Charles. Like he had said, everything she's doing is what she's accusing him of doing. So hearing the news that she's at least getting, I know Al's dead, but he'd be charged for some of those things. And I wholeheartedly believe too that they killed Al. I mean, the timing is insane. Right after Tammy gets exhumed.
The day after.
After. That's crazy. But, you know, as far as what was the charge called? Belief to commit.
No, this is a conspiracy to commit first degree murder, which we've been waiting for Chandler PD to. I mean, they said in last August, they were close. Whatever close meant, you know, 6 months or so around that time. That was like the time frame. But here we are. April 1st is when they did it, and they waited to announce it now after the grand jury indictment. It's all timed up. So, just how do you feel for Charles?
It's 2 years too late, but I'm glad that it's finally coming. I think the ball was completely dropped when it happened. I think Lori was in that video. There's just so many things that are just so suspicious that I don't know how there was an investigation immediately, or more questions or more belief, because that whole body cam footage, the vibe is off with everybody. And Tylee obviously looked very uncomfortable when they came back, which was unfortunate that they had dragged
She's
her.
the only one that looks very uncomfortable. I mean, Alex, he's holding onto his head. He's saying it's self-defense. Lori's smiling, wide smile. She's laughing. She's having a good time, or, you know, friendly, not showing any concern or sadness, knowing that her husband, even though estranged, has just been shot.
And different stories too.
I don't know if anyone's asked, what did Tylee have to say about this?
The last time that I saw Tylee was that Saturday we found out Charles was killed. We drove back to Tucson, back from Tucson to Phoenix to my grandparents' house. And Tylee was there, and we get in there, and this is really where everything happens with our family, where we get into a huge fight with our grandparents. My dad gets in a fight with his parents. I get in a fight with them, and they kick us out, and we moved to Kansas, or I moved back to Kansas with my parents. One, because we were scared of Al and Summer. That night, Al and Lori, because we stayed at Summer's house and they knew where we were at. We stayed up all night because we were scared they were going to come in there and do something to us, and then flew out the next day. So that last day, that Saturday, we get there, and Tylee's in the kitchen crying to my grandma. And she's hugging her, and Tylee's getting ready to leave. And the thing about Tylee is, if she truly believed, you know, that my dad, Charles, me, and Brandon were conspiring against her mom, she would have said something to us. Tylee was very boisterous when it came to conflict. And she was not, she was walking out because she was leaving as we were getting there. And sorry. She, as she's walking out, she's looking at me, and I can just tell that she wanted to say something to me. Oh, sorry.
Take your time.
I could just tell that she wanted to say something about what happened on Thursday. And she started walking towards me, and my grandma kind of like guided her shoulders and walked her out. And that was the last time that I saw Tylee.
And then they moved to Idaho.
Yeah, and at this point, she leaves, and we get in this huge fight with my grandparents. about how they think they went through Charles's phone. Lori had Charles's phone after he was killed for a few days and probably deleted a ton of stuff, saw all our messages talking with Charles. And
what are these messages saying?
Charles wanted my dad to come down to talk with Lori and record what Lori was saying to play to a bishop, because Charles thought if he could get her excommunicated from the church, that she wouldn't be able to go to the temple anymore, which she loved going to the temple, and she'd snap out of it. And obviously no one in the family would help. Lori wasn't talking to me or Charles at this point, avoiding us. So he asked my dad for help. So that's why my dad flew down. So our plan was to, like, my dad wanted to meet with Lori, record her, and, you know, help Charles out. And they saw these texts that, you know, this whole time I was talking with Charles and going to see him and JJ and whatever the case was. Because at this point, too, Lori had gotten back with Charles and moved to Houston, right? So Lori's been living in Houston with Charles, and then he buys a place, rents out a place for Tylee and Lori and JJ to be in Phoenix around the family still. And I never knew where this place was. This is where they ended up shooting Charles.
Yeah, Chandler.
Yeah, they never told me they moved back. I found out they moved back from Tylee, just texting me that they're back in Arizona, because she had driven out to Arizona by herself.
And so you never talked to Tylee again after you saw her, and you never texted, never called?
The whole family had blocked us on everything.
Oh.
All social media, because they all took Lori's side. No one reached out to me to ask me if I was conspiring against Lori.
You had no idea where they left to?
No idea. No contact with them.
You're in Kansas. Everyone's just split up.
Everyone's split up. Family is destroyed. Like that. And obviously they all sided with Lori. No one asked us anything. You know, is this true? Are you guys... No one even called to say, are you guys plotting? Because she had said that we were plotting to kill Lori for her insurance money. Me, Charles, Brandon, and my dad.
Did she even have a life insurance policy?
I have no idea. I know that's what she was doing against Charles and Chad eventually with Tammy and all that stuff. But that's really how it ended. I mean,
Zac,
yeah.
I could talk to you for hours. I mean, this is a lot, and I'm just, you know, I'm sorry, because all of you in the family are affected somehow. You know, everyone.
Yep.
You know, your grandparents, your dad, your aunt, you know, everyone has been impacted somehow. Whether you guys agreed with each other or not, you guys fought.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I mean, it's been a long journey.
Yeah, it has been, and not just us two. I mean, all of Tylee's friends, JJ's friends, JJ's school. I mean, we went to JJ's school for his birthday to drop off some balloons, and they've got a ribbon on a tree for him and a ribbon on a tree for Tylee, and the teachers just loved him. Like,
there's just this ripple effect.
All these people, they're so selfish that they didn't think it would matter. I mean, they thought they were doing their own thing.
So there's one step in a direction where, you know, I know she's innocent till proven guilty, but something has been done. I know you said it's a little too late, but still, for Charles, Tammy, JJ, Tylee, Brandon's case is still open. I mean, it's been a long time coming. Zac, thank you, man. Thank you for just being brave. I know we've been talking for a while. Thank you for just like speaking about this and opening up. I think that helps in a way too, for you to just like get it out there and get out your perspective and your side. A lot to deal with that at such a young age. This was like 2 years ago for you. Like you're now a different person too.
Yeah, it's been a long, really long 2 years, and just been tough every day. You know, there was a point too in 2019 where we were talking with Brandon and Kay and Larry. That's kind of how we were hearing updates, and like hearing that Chad Daybell's wife died, that Brandon got shot at, that Al died, Tammy's body's exhumed. And that's when, kind of when things blew up. But every day, we were really scared that Al was going to come kill us. We really were, for like 2 years until we found out he was dead. We were really worried that we were going to be next, because if you look at it, Charles, Brandon, me, and although they didn't have anything to gain from us insurance wise, but they killed Charles, who was against Lori. They tried to kill Brandon, who was against Lori. And then you got me and my dad, who were against Lori and her, whatever her case was, whatever she believed, right? She thought we were going to kill her for insurance money. And I think
maybe allegedly you're a dark spirit.
A dark spirit, that too. She could have said the same thing about us. The other thing too was there was that Rexburg PD body cam footage where she had said something about my dad chasing after her, tracking her down in Rexburg, that they played in that court case, that preliminary hearing for Chad. They never showed it, but they had mentioned something like that. And I was like, they wholeheartedly believe these things, that to either give them an excuse to do what they did, I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Zac, I appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate it. Yep. Thank you for letting me come chat.
All right. Well, we'll talk soon, man. Take care.
You too. See you, man.
Okay, guys. What do you guys think? Pretty crazy. Hold on one second. So I have 2 more videos to play ya, but let me see talk and chat. So we have another one where Justin interviews Kay and the grandparents. What's his name? Oh my god, what's their grandpa's name? JJ's grandparents, Kay and whatever his name is. I can't think of his name right now. And then the one with Colby. But let me see who's in here. Hey, I Spy, what's up? Baxter OAMS. Did I say that right? But no, pretty interesting, yeah. So that was the one, like I said, remember when Charles was like, yeah, she's hanging out with the nephew, and that was who he was talking about. And Melanie, so Melanie was there cleaning out Charles's stuff with Lori, before they killed him. Larry, Kay and Larry. Hey, Mark Klein, what's up? Anish Parab. The Gooch. What's up, the Gooch? Oh, really? Oh, am I saying your name right? Anish Parab. Anish Parab, probably, right? You do? You have a surprise for me? I want a surprise. Mateus Zambalti. Is that the Spanish? Wait, I know a little bit of Spanish. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying, but I'm embarrassed in case if I get it wrong. It's been a while since. Okay. You just email me, Anish. If you want, you can email me. Oh yeah, she did open minds. Like you said, there's that hour-long conversation, that recording that, of course, none of us have heard. There's those transcripts that were kind of like summary, little bits and pieces of, because I mean, those transcripts that I read can't be the whole transcripts, because I think they said it was like an hour-long phone call, and there's only like a couple paragraphs. So it's obviously not the whole conversation. I think maybe they just picked important parts out, maybe. But the gist of what they were saying, and there's only like a couple clips you could find. So I mean, who knows? But I guess people have heard it, and it was out at one point. It got taken down. I can't say for sure anything because I never heard it, but supposedly there is a recording with Melanie Gibb and her friend back in January, not this past January, the January before. So when this was all happening, like before they even found the kids, supposedly, of her, knowing JJ and Tylee were dead, but not. it's not like she says she knows because Lori told her, but it was like almost like she just knew because that's just what they were going to do, you know, like said there were zombies, that's what they were going to do. But she did say she knew about Charles's death, that it was, how did she work, a planned self-defense, like they wanted to make it look like self-defense, but it was, you know, they were planning it for months, but they couldn't figure out a good plan, and they were trying to figure out how they were going to do it. And Melanie supposedly was at that place the day before they killed Charles. She was over there staying with Lori, and they made her leave, and they got Alex in there, you know, because that's their plan, get Alex, and Alex was going to kill Charles. But she was there the night before staying. No, I don't know how long before that, even how long she was staying with them, but up until the night before, and then they told her to leave. That's supposedly what's all said in that phone call. I never heard it, so I don't know, but that's what everybody's talking about. Okay, so what do you want to watch? Okay, do you want to watch the Larry and Kay one or the Colby one next? I mean, we're going to watch both of them, but which one do you want to watch first? G-Dub's in the house. Oh, wait, I was waiting till your name popped up so I could say it. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I know you had that Chad's neighbor that there's possibility maybe he was a victim because didn't he see? Wait. What? No, I forget what the reasoning behind that. I used to know. Now I forget. Didn't he see? Wait, no. That was before. Remind me why. What would be the motive of the neighbor? He didn't see anything in the yard, right? Wasn't it more, or did he ask? Or wasn't it more that, I don't know. I can't remember right now. Let me know what you guys. Cheetah. Inappropriate surprises that if you go to suggestion. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Let me see what you guys are. Well, yeah, you could put put the email in there. We'll see what's going, like what it is, maybe, because I have my emails under my description. So, I think he just had like a heart attack. I think he just fell over and had a heart attack. The neighbor, you know, kind of out of nowhere. But let me see. Did you guys answer what was the motive? I forget why they said that it could be him. Hold on. Did somebody answer? Okay, so all right, guys, I'm gonna play the next one. You know what? Hold on one second. Give me 1 minute because my it looks like my I gotta get my cord for. Looks like my keyboard's about to die. So let me get my cord. I'll be right there. I'm coming. Here we go. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it didn't die. Okay, so we're gonna play the next one. And like I said, we got two more. We got the Larry and Kay one and then the Colby one. Okay. So let's do this here. Let me get my earphones in so I can listen. Jesse Fogarty, what's up? He was interviewed briefly. It's one of the news reports. Okay. pulmonary, yeah, sunshine in my heart, pulmonary embolism, or cardiac. But remind me, I probably missed it because I already asked. Oh, it was about them burying the kids. Like, what was the motive? Like, did the neighbors see him possibly burying the kids, or wasn't it something maybe before or something? I know there was that one girl that they thought was connected to him. This was like before they even moved. I had put it in one of my videos. I should find it, where they were looking for the remains and they found it using this cool like electro. I don't know. I have to find it, but they found the remains and they were trying to link it to Chad, a girl that had. I forget what the motive was. Man, it was over a year ago. I feel like when I talked about it in a video. I'll have to find it when this is playing. Maybe I'll see if I can find it. Hey, sad soul. Okay, so let me get this next one up. Hopefully this one doesn't have as many commercials, because like I want to be fully in chat, but I have, if I'm have it up over here, I'm looking in chat and typing over here. I want to be fully in chat, but I don't want to miss when they are going to play the ad, because it usually gives you a couple seconds. So I'm like always like have to keep looking, and and that one, because I knew it was like every 2 minutes there was an ad. So I knew like, okay, as soon as the ad comes, I have a couple minutes I can look over here, and then I gotta be aware. And it probably is going to be the same way because it's the same person. Oh well. And don't get me wrong, I like Justin Lum. I've followed through this case. Justin Lum and Nate Eaton were the two that that I followed. Gosh, I got to get a freaking chair with wheels. Okay, so let's do this here. Wait, why is that my screen shared? Oh, I accidentally exit out of it. Okay. All right, so let's do this. Share. All right, so we are going. I think there it is, this one. All right. All right. You guys ready? Let's do it.
Okay, I was wondering if it's feedback. When I talk, it's okay. I think we'll be okay. Because I'll hear myself like after I say a word, like 1, 2, 3, and then I'll.
I would prefer to.
Yeah,
we don't hear
we don't
anything.
hear that.
Okay, maybe when I actually play the video, it'll be fine. All right. Larry K. Woodcock, thank you guys for making the time for me today. I know it's been a long road, and we have been on it with you guys from the beginning, but you all definitely had a feeling this was coming with this announcement on JJ's 9th birthday. How do you describe the feeling of it all, when you reflect on this entire journey?
For it to have come to a conclusion, at least this chapter, for it to have come to a conclusion on his 9th birthday was the epitome of bittersweet, and we were relieved, and I can't say happy, but more relieved that those charges came yesterday. We're glad that they're here, but we still have to digest it all, and it's just another roller coaster ride that we've been on for the last 2 years, 2+ years already. So we're not done. It'll be, then the trials will be coming up, and so, but we feel like right now we're 3 out of 4, and so next our goal is seeing about Charles and focusing on Charles.
That brings me to this, because everyone following this case, the story begins in December 2019. But for you all, it unravels like when Charles was shot and killed, July 11, 2019 in Chandler. But I really want you, if you can, specifically what triggered you both to really put the pressure on law enforcement like you did when you couldn't talk to JJ, when you couldn't see him, really seeing that something was wrong. Like, this may be the most important thing you both have done in your life.
Well, I think this started you indicated it started when Charles was murdered. Actually, for us, it started earlier than that, when it actually started for me in 17, when I realized my intuition was telling me that there's a problem going on between Charles and Laurie. And Kay and I talked about it on a few occasions, and you know, Kay simply said that it's having to take care of a special needs child, and I agree with that. That's a lot of pressure, and especially for a young boy like JJ, who is so rambunctious, so intelligent, and so it started for us prior to that. Then obviously the first nasty step was when Charles was murdered.
No, well, go ahead. That's your story.
Well, I mean, that's for me. And so it's been a long 2 years, as you've indicated. And I think that the steps that were taken yesterday on JJ's birthday were really hard. Yesterday was one of the hardest days we've ever had. When they read the bill of indictment, the charges, literally Kay and I both just almost went blank. I was in the room with people we've been with now for well over a year, and I literally forgot everybody's name in there. I mean, I just went blank.
It just, everything was surreal.
It
like
was,
the
yeah.
world, it's like the world just stopped for a little bit.
For a while there yesterday. And
you both have been working so long towards this moment, like, you know, doing what you could do and really driving this out there to the media and on social media and doing what you had to do. And now this came to such a major development. And that indictment that you talk about, I want to bring this up. You know, prosecutors believe Laurie and Chad's religious beliefs drove them to justifying these murders. And you both have told me from day one, said it, Laurie joined a cult. But even then, when we, you know, back then, could you fathom that just some simple man in Idaho could influence her the way he did?
I'm gonna take this one.
you go.
I think that they were just the perfect storm meeting each other. But I also feel that if Laurie hadn't met Chad, she still somehow would have blown up her world as she knew it. Maybe not to the extent of what it is today, but she was tired of her life. She wasn't happy. And would she have murdered Charles? I don't know. But her life would have changed dramatically because she was not happy with what she was doing and with her life. So she would have changed somehow. She was tired of being a mom to an autistic boy. She was tired of being a mom to a teenager. She was tired of being a wife to a man that completely spoiled her, and she didn't appreciate anything he did for her. So that would have changed, but murder, no. I think that's where she and Chad started feeding off of each other in a very bad way, in an evil way, because it all comes down to greed and lust and just selfishness. Yeah. Greed and lust. That's them right there.
Well, Justin, you know, you just indicated that. God, I just lost my train of thought. I think personally that this became what it did today because Laurie was so greedy. And I think that as we've been told by other people, that Chad thought he found a smoking hot, loaded wife, girlfriend. And I think that it was probably about as much about money as anything else.
But they used the religious, what they deem religious, to justify it in their minds. And it is, that was just an ends to a mean to an end, or an ends to an end. That's what it was.
Yeah.
And they just use that. You can't tell me that they truly deep down believe that. Lori is not that stupid. I don't know Chad, but I wouldn't think he's that stupid. So for you to, if you can tell me that the Lord is telling you to go increase your wife's life insurance policy, so a month later she's dead, okay, that's greed. That's all there is to it. That's greed.
Well, it's greed and premeditation.
He knew what he was doing.
He knew what he was doing. They're not crazy. Please don't accept the fact or believe the fact that they think that they're psychologically unfit. I got news for you. They knew exactly what they were doing. It was premeditated. There's other people involved into it that knew this was premeditated, that knew what was going on, and never one time spoke up.
And we, go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I think, and I hope, and I pray now that they are brought to account for what they do. I hope this is not ending only with Chad and Lori's indictments yesterday. I want to see that circle investigated. I think there's charges to be had, and I don't want the scapegoats only to be Chad and Lori. I want other people held accountable also.
And they will. That's part. One of the next steps is, I believe law enforcement already knows. They know what their next step is,
Absolutely.
and we just pray that they're taking down everybody that knew and could have stopped this. I don't care if they thought it was due to religious reasons that they were deemed zombies and then they show up dead. Okay, well, they weren't that stupid enough to not know that you don't kill kids, that you don't kill anybody.
And speaking of other people involved, allegations, there are big allegations against Alex Cox, who's not here, Lori's brother, essentially accused of conspiracy to commit murder in these 3 deaths. You have to wish, right, that he was here to be prosecuted and questioned for all this, because he's all over the paperwork here.
Right.
Justin, think about this, and this is sort of hitting the bullseye. There were 4 people in that room the day that Charles was murdered.
Yeah.
4 people. 3 of them are all dead. 2 that had absolutely nothing to do with this, being JJ and Tylee. And you can't,
only Lori is alive.
Only Lori's alive. Think about it. I mean, as far as Alex dying of natural causes, I don't believe that. I'll never believe that.
I truly think something's gonna come up with that.
Yeah.
That is too coincidental. And the date, if he would have died a month later or a month earlier, I could say maybe not. But the date, was it the day after Tammy was exhumed?
Yeah.
Hello. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That is no.
And you can't tell me.
12th.
Yeah.
You're right. And you can't tell me that there was some substance used to kill him and to kill Tammy. And I don't know. I'm not a forensicist. I don't want to be, but I'm not stupid either. And so for 3 of the people in that 3 of the people in that room the day that Charles was murdered, and 3 of them are dead now. That is not a coincidence. That is premeditated murder.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts, though? This is also disturbing. I don't know if you knew this. There are text messages between Chad and Lori, July 30th, 2019. This is just weeks after Charles's death, talking about death percentages. I don't know exactly what the definition of that is tailing to, but for Tammy and JJ specifically, this is July 2019. I don't know if you just found this out, but your reaction to that statement.
I want to know what death percent, and actually we we're getting with Rob today, and that is one of my, I need to write it down, that's one of my big questions. What does that mean?
Until yesterday,
I never heard of
we
it.
had never heard this statement.
Yeah, and you've heard a lot, and this was
We've
something
heard a
that-
lot,
yeah.
and I mean, we're given a lot of information, and not one time has one individual mentioned anything about that. So that is something new, and obviously we want to be schooled on it.
What did Rob say to you before you guys blanked out? You know, what do you remember of what he told you yesterday?
He began reading the charges. He had a paper with the list on there, with a list of the charges, and he began reading them to us. And I don't know, at some point, I just kind of zoned out. It just, like I said a while ago, it just, the world just stopped, and there wasn't a sound between me and Larry and, well, I really can't speak for Colby and Kelsey, but it just was silence. And it's like, we just had
That room got so quiet that you could have heard a spider call. And I mean, it was quiet. And Rob was, he was Rob. I mean, he was stoic and just presented the facts. He had to immediately, upon reading those facts, he had to leave to do a statement, and told us, he said, we will meet today, and we'll go over this. And as Kay just said, and I've said, honestly, from that point on.
Well, I do remember, I asked, what about capital murder? What about capital murder and conspiracy? And he said, well, there's an Idaho statute that's, you know, kind of, I don't know if he said kind of weird, these are my words, but within 60 days or so, that's all that will be decided. Was that him that told us that? Or,
No, I think it was that.
It wasn't Rob.
Yeah, it was.
Like I said, things got
assistant.
really fuzzy.
Yeah. Do you want prosecutors to pursue the death penalties for both of them?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. You don't.
So that pretty much, okay.
You don't do what they did to so many people and not have the death penalty available
On the table.
Absolutely. And you know, absolutely, yes.
So I'll end with this. What will it be like when you see both Chad and Lori arraigned today? After everything now that you know, it just keeps on increasing, all the details you have.
We wanted to be on the Zoom also, and they asked the judge in our behalf if we could be on it and Colby could be on it, but he denied that. So we'll be watching it along with everyone else and seeing it. I really wanted to be there to see. I wanted to have the same look, that smug look that Lori had at her arraignment in March of 2020 when she came back from Hawaii. And I think that's when it was. And I wanted to have that smug look so I could give her that look the way she gave it to me, but to us then. But it's okay. Oh, it's okay.
Is it because you know now that back then she knew what she knew while we were all still wondering where the kids were, and she gave you that look as she walked off, knowing everything that we now know now?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's evil. That is pure evil.
Kay calls it pure evil. I call it pure greed, lust, and not caring, obviously, for the kids, not caring for Charles, and only herself only for herself. And it's just not right what they did to the kids. It's not right. And I pray the court makes the right decisions. I pray that the district attorney's office is still as aggressive as they have been. I think yesterday when Rob said they spent thousands of hours on this is an understatement. I just can't imagine the stress that these people, these officers, these investigators, the FBI, the state investigation, everybody else has been under, because we know for a fact it has not stopped one time.
And how much we appreciate everything they've done. And while people thought that we're griping on Facebook groups and whatever, why don't they press charges? Why don't they, the whole world was a mess because of COVID, and then, our world, we got COVID, we had 2 hurricanes,
Had a blizzard in South Louisiana.
Things just kept coming. So this is happening in time. It's not happening in our time. It's happening in God's time. And everybody does need to remember that. And that's the only way that we've been able to deal with it. And so let's just pray COVID kind of stays at bay, and let's get these murder trials going. I don't know if they're going to separate them. I don't know how any of that works, but
we'll find
let's
out.
Just get this going. Get it going. Let's get it done.
Okay, Larry, again, always so much respect for you guys and how you guys have handled this whole entire journey. So thank you again for taking the time. It's we're about to get into this arraignment right now, and we'll hopefully talk soon. All right.
Thank Justin. Anytime we can chat, please call.
All righty, so that's that. How's chat doing? Cadmium 60, what's up? I'm not on mute, no. God. Okay. I can't go out. The creamer. Oh yeah, I can't drink coffee without cream. I cannot drink it black for sure. I get it gives me a stomachache drinking black coffee. But see, I just use French vanilla where I don't need sugar. Oh, it's all together. Like I don't need to add sugar when I do the French vanilla. I just put that in. So, yeah, you just have a French vanilla. I know nobody asked, but I was just saying, I agree. I can't do it if I didn't have like some kind of cream. Oh, excuse me, I couldn't do it either. Man, all these yawns. I use almond milk for like if I go to Starbucks and get something in it, I'll use almond milk because French vanilla is non-dairy, so that doesn't bother me. But like if I eat cereal and stuff, I do almond milk too because I can't have regular milk. So yeah, weird. Anyway, vaguely remember something about it. Oh wait, what do you mean, Darkseid? Remember what? Oh, Sherry, I don't know. Like whenever I'll put you on. There's a few people that asked. I remember like there's one person in front of you that wants to be a mod, so I'll write it down. I don't know. I mean, there's not really a way. It's just right now I have so many right now. Like, and then if somebody, hold on, I'll write you down. I know the next one. I have one more person that asked before you, and then, Sherry Ann. If sometimes like people just stop coming because I've had mods that, oh, sorry, guys. I've had mods that haven't like been around like forever or something. And if they slowly like fade out, then I'll need them. But right now, I feel like, oh, Deborah, thanks for the PayPal. Oh, thank you. I just got it on my phone. It just showed me. What am I saying now? Oh, the gooch. for sure if anyone got insurance money for Alex's death. I don't know, G-Dubs. Wait, did Alex have insurance money? I don't remember. I don't think Alex didn't, did he? I mean, maybe we don't know, but no, I don't remember hearing anything about Alex's insurance money. I'm not sure. Shelly Samantha. Oh wait, it went. What's up, Shelly? So yeah, I don't know. I'll definitely keep you in mind whenever. But right now, I feel like I do have enough. But I feel like eventually, sometimes people just, either aren't interested or stop, and So yeah, definitely, we'll see. Let's see. Okay, so wait. Oh, remind me, how much was it? Why am I? It's not. Maybe I did know. It's been such a long time ago, but for some reason that's not ringing a bell that Alex had like a big insurance money. Oh, thanks, loving Coco. Aww. Oh, I will, Sherry. Yep, definitely. I got it written down. I write them down when people ask, and then as I need them, I have them. That will be released about Chad and Lori. No, a Lifetime movie? No, I didn't even know. Are you serious? Who's playing Chad and Lori? So we'll still have why do I keep yawning? Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I didn't want to yawn in front of you guys again because that was a big yawn. Oh. What was we saying? Okay, so we got the Colby one, and then I have a couple of the videos of the Aiden Fucci for the Tristyn Bailey thing. There's a couple new videos that I wanted to play on that too. No, I think there even might be a couple more documents. I'll have to see if there's any more on the Vallow, but I'm gonna do that after I play. Well, hold on, let me see quick if it's even worth even reading the document. So we have. I mean, it's from May 27th. It's just, no, I guess it's just request for a discovery. Yeah, that's Mark Means requesting the discovery. So yeah, it's all of that. So I don't need to really read that. And then there's request for discovery, Mark. Yeah, I'm gonna be able to read this one. Let's see, because these are all from yesterday, the 27th. Let me see here. I'll share this. Let's see this one. This one is just Mark Means requesting of a discovery. So he basically he's requesting any mandatory disclosure of evidence and material by the prosecution, any material or information in the prosecuting attorney's possession or control, or that later comes into prosecuting attorney's possession or control, that intends to negate the guilt of the accused as to the offense charged, or that would tend to reduce the punishment for the offenses. I mean, what? No, they are guilty. Nothing's going to do that. Including material and information in the possession or control of members or of prosecuting attorney staff and of any others who have participated in the investigation, formally or informally, or evaluation of the case, who either regularly report or have reported in that case to the office of the prosecuting attorney. Also, the general nature of evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts it tends to introduce at a trial as required by Rule 404. The defendant, through her counsel, hereby makes written request to prosecuting attorney to inspect and copy or photograph and provide copies to defense counsel of the following. Any written or recorded statements, tangible or intangible, made by the defendant, Lori Noreen Vallow, here hereafter referred to as defendant in the possession, custody, or control of the state, the existence of which is known or is available to the prosecuting attorney by the exercise of due diligence. B, the substance of any relevant oral verbal statement made by the defendant, whether before or after arrest, to a peace officer, prosecuting attorney, witness, material witness, and or agent of the prosecuting attorney. If applicable, wait, is this? Oh, I just want to see something. Did I read that? No, that is by Mark Means. Okay. So, or if applicable, the recorded testimony of the defendant before a grand jury that relates to the offense charged. The defendant, through her counsel, hereby makes written request of prosecuting attorney to inspect and copy or photograph and provide copies any written or recorded statements, substance of any relevant oral statement made by an defendant or co-defendant, whether before or after the arrest, is saying the same thing. So please furnish the defendant a copy of the defendant prior criminal record, if any, if it is then or may be become available to the prosecuting attorney. And then you have tangible, like documents and tangible objects. Defendant, through her counsel, hereby makes written request of the prosecuting attorney to inspect and copy or photograph and provide copies, books, papers, documents, photographs, videos, screenshots, tangible objects, communications, buildings or places or copies of portions of them that are in possession, custody, or control of the prosecuting attorney or his agents. Material to the preparation of the defense, are intended for use by the prosecutor as evidence at a trial. So basically, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I have to read all this. Reports of examinations and tests. What kind of, oh, maybe like even like psychological type stuff, maybe. Let's see. Written request is hereby made. It's a copy of reports of physical or mental examinations and of scientific tests or experiments made in connection with the case that are in possession, custody, or control of the prosecuting attorney, or the existence of which is known or is available to the prosecuting attorney by the exercise of due diligence. State witness. Defendant hereby makes written request that the prosecuting attorney furnish to the defendant a written list of names and addresses of all persons having knowledge of relevant facts who may or may not be called by the state as witness at the trial, together with any record or prior felony convictions of any of them that is within the knowledge of the prosecuting attorney. And all the statements, expert witnesses, police reports, digital media recordings. Yeah, he's just requesting that. So that's that. What's this? This one is notice of appearance, reservation of defenses. Yeah, it's just saying Lori. Here comes the defendant, Lori, by and through her attorney, blah, blah. Provide this notice of appearance and request that all filings be served on her attorney as set out above. So she reserves all rights and or defenses in this case, as well as any defense as to the jurisdictional issues, improper service, contempt, violation of court, or any allowed by the Idaho rules of criminal procedural, rules of evidence, statute, court rules, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so yeah. Okay. And then this is that order of staying for the incompetence. And then I want to see if, oh, here is more. Wait, hold on a second. Or is that's where I was, the state of Idaho, Fremont. And then that's probably why. Okay, this is Fremont. Let me see here. Oh, that's all of the old stuff. Never mind. That's from, yeah. Huh. There's Chaz. Okay. Wait. Why doesn't he have? It's from last year. I want to find his new stuff to see if there's anything added. Madison. Okay, so here's the Madison County one. just see what. Don't worry. We're gonna watch the Colby interview next. I just want to see something here. I was gonna see if Chad had anything new, and now I'm looking at some of this to see if there's possibly. This one doesn't have anything. It didn't come up. Anything interesting on Chad or order stay. This is from just yesterday. The same thing, Lori, the district court on today's date entered in case, blah, blah, blah. Staying further proceedings based on the issue of the defendant's competency have taken judicial notice of that order and the basis for entering a stay in those cases. So it's ordered pursuant that this case is also stayed pending determination of the issue of the defendant's competency. So remember, she had those other charges too. So they're all being stayed because their competency, obviously. I mean, if one is, the other is going to be. So, I mean, there's no way if she thinks, is Mark going to try the insanity defense or something? There's no way she's going to get it. There's no way. There's too much planning. There's too many instances that, you know what I'm saying? There's no way that everything that she was out of the touch with reality or whatever, all the things that it has to go by. Because remember, I did a video, insanity compared to like legal insanity compared to like clinical insanity is two different things. So yeah, she could go get an evaluation. She's not competent. She's this and that, but legal insanity is way different and harder to prove, like in the court of law. And if Mark's even I don't even know. We don't know if that's what he's even trying to do, but if he's doing this to prepare to go down that route, there's no way she's going to get it. There's absolutely no way. I'm sorry. It's just too hard, especially with this case, because it spans too much. It's too long of a time period. I'm sorry. No. And there's too many things. There's no way. So yeah, the psychologist could say, yeah, she's not competent, but that's different than legal insanity. It really is. Like I said, I should link, I'll link my video I did. I did it like probably like a year and a half ago, the difference between the insanity, the legal insanity versus like clinical insanity. I'll try to remember to link it if you guys want to watch it. It's pretty interesting. I learned a lot actually doing that video that I wasn't aware of. Okay, so yeah, nothing. I mean, this is all the old stuff that maybe someday we could do like an old, maybe before the trial, we could do like an old refresher of all these, everything. I just was wondering, because if I was trying to find Chad, but Chad, oh, there it was. It was at the top. Duh. Let's see. Notice of hearing. Or is that just, yeah. So we'll have to remember his next arraignment is on June 9th. So wait, hold on a second. So Lori's, yeah, we don't have one because it says stayed. Like there's no notice of hearing for her. So we're just waiting. So next thing we have for court is, Chad's. All right, so let's do Colby's. But actually, hold on. I'm going to have to share. I didn't share the audio. 1 second. All right. All right, let's do it.
Well, Colby, thank you for making this time. And it has been such a week for you and your family.
Yeah.
And I just want to start and catch up with you because last time I spoke to you was, 2020. It seems like forever ago.
Yeah.
And I just want to know like where your head is at right now after this indictment came down and the new details that have come out, and you're moving in the right step. They're moving in the right step forward for justice, but at the same time, it's your mother that's being accused. So just take me there and tell me what's on your mind.
Yeah. So honestly, with all this new information, it's probably it got worse. Like, so every time something happens, as good as everything is, it's always bittersweet. And what happened was, once I found out about just the more of the detail, like we always kind of knew that was happening, it's worse. It got worse. And yesterday was just a really, really hard day. And it's a good day because there is a point where you have to be excited that things are going to be happening. But like I said, it doesn't ever not hurt. And so it's just hard, man. I can't even explain it. Like, there's no way to explain the feeling. I was definitely really angry yesterday. So
it's this weird feeling of being angry and also being relieved that, you know, your siblings are going to get some sort of justice. It doesn't bring them back. And I know this has been such a long journey and a tough year. I mean, we're about to hit June 9th. Did you watch the initial appearance today, or have you tried to stay away?
So over time, at the beginning, I was kind of like, someone can just update me. I can't like look at them. Today we watched it. It was really hard. It's a difficult thing, but I feel like right now, keeping up with it, we know what's going on and we need to stay in the loop, right? Because it is like, and it always has been about the kids. And it's always been about Charles and having a justice for those people. I'm not really as like focused on what happens to my mom and Chad. I know they're going to be in jail. So I literally don't, like, you know what I mean? I've really put them to the side, and it's really all about taking the right steps forward for the kids and for everybody.
Has your mom reached out to you? Have you spoken to her? What has that been like for I mean, you guys were best friends and you guys were so close. So you are her firstborn. And now here we are and everything that's transpired. Just take me to what that relationship is like, if you can.
Yeah, so I mean, we did talk right as we came here the very first time. And then those conversations were just nothing because she's not going to tell me what's going on and I didn't care about anything else. So no, we haven't talked. I've thought about talking to her, obviously face to face every time. I'm not gonna lie, yesterday would have been the probably worst time to do it because I think I was at my peak of anger. I've always tried to keep myself held back a little bit in the sense of not go to anger first because that's already an automatic response. But this time I'm like, I'm really having a hard time to not be angry. And so I don't know if I have no actual purpose to tell my mom what to do and what the right thing is. I've been literally trying to do that with her since this all started. And that's what my YouTube channel was a plea to her, just do the right thing. You literally know what that is and you're choosing not to do it. So even though I was close to her, she is a grown woman and she can make decisions and she's literally continuing to choose the wrong thing. So that's why I'm waiting to see what happens with her and what's going on. But she knows what's right and wrong.
You said you didn't recognize her, basically, like the person that she had become. And like you spoke to her when you first came to Rexburg, she was extradited here and she never gave you answers. And we waited until June 9th to find out. And that had to be extremely heartbreaking because she couldn't, like you said, do the right thing and say something.
Right.
So right now you feel like you have no reason to speak to her. Is that true? Because she's just not in the right mind?
She's not there. Like, I tried. That's the thing that people don't understand. Like, I tried, and it wasn't for anybody but for Tylee and JJ in that time, trying to figure out what was going on with him. And I tried to just say, you're in jail. You know what the consequences of even just abandoning them, if they are hiding or this and that. We need to figure out what's going on. I want to see my family. This isn't about you or whatever you believe. And her response was always it's fine. Everything's going to be okay. We're going to figure this out. This isn't a big deal. It was always that. It was always, this isn't a big deal, blah, blah, blah. So the long story short is, after that much time put in, and then I called her after everything happened and we found out. I called her even after and tried to confront her. And she's still not going to sit there and even go with me and say, yes, this happened. it's just fantasy. You don't know what happened. You'll never understand. It's never just, I did this and this is my fault. And no, it's everything else. It's everybody else. So, I mean, as a person, what am I supposed to do? I can't change her mind. I can't make her make the right decisions. So my focus has gone off of making her say or do the right thing, and just been like, okay, you know what? We're going to focus on Tylee, JJ, Charles, and that's our family. And we need to focus on what's going to be coming up for them next. We know this court thing's going to happen, but I can't do anything for her. I tried my best.
And so she wouldn't get into specifics when the kids were found.
Mm-hmm.
She just said everything. She just said you don't understand and didn't have any accountability.
No accountability. You don't know what happened. She said you weren't there for them, to me. I mean, it was a really hard conversation. It caused a lot of more anger on my part. And like I said, I've tried to keep myself composed in a lot of these situations. I tried really hard to be the bigger person and try to speak to her and not jump in and say, what the heck are you doing? Go off on her, say all these things. I've always been like, okay, let's just try to level out and say, like, you know, what is really happening? You know, not trying to take the approach of my anger and taking that and letting that be the forefront, because I know people don't respond to that. So I tried a lot, and it doesn't matter to her. So apparently like what I thought in the beginning, if I would have seen her thinking, oh, well, if I can talk to her in person or I can do this, she would say something, or she would whatever, but she doesn't care what I have to say. It's not about, no matter what I say, it doesn't change her mind.
So from what you gathered, do you feel like she was tired of being a mother and just wanted a new purpose in life, even though, you know, what we've seen in court documents makes no sense at all? And what did you gather from that last conversation? I'm assuming last June.
Yeah, she's out of her mind. That's what I gathered. I don't give a frick if you don't want to be a parent. I don't care what your purpose is. I don't care what it is. You don't go around and take everyone's life to get to where you need to go. If you wanted to be away from everybody, walk away. No one was stopping you. Everybody would have jumped in and we could have figured out situations for the kids. If you couldn't handle them, they know better. They knew what they were doing, and they didn't want to choose anything other than what they chose. And so it's just, you have to get to a place of understanding of, you can't change what happened and you have to forgive. But after yesterday, it just took me from that place of like trying to forgive everybody to back to a lot more questions, and then the anger comes in and all those things. But like I said, her mindset is, I cannot follow it. I never will be able to know what she was thinking or feeling or thought was the right thing to do. I know she knows better, though. I'll tell you that.
But you know the person you knew before, and would you call herself a strong-minded woman that would not be able to get manipulated by someone like Chad Daybell? Like, how did that shift?
I really couldn't tell you. I don't know if it was a pure manipulation. I don't know if she just chose to do everything. I think it was more of, she wanted to do whatever she wanted to do, which is whatever it was, be alone, I guess, or not have kids or not have responsibility or whatever that was. And on top of that, she had someone whispering in her ear. So I think it was just all those things put together, and you get this. And like I said, not in a million billion years will I be able to sit here and tell you, oh, well, that makes sense, and that's why. And I know that's not what you're asking, but it's never going to be, oh yeah, this is why she did that. There's no reason. There is no reason.
Your late uncle Alex is named in this indictment as well. If he was alive, he'd be definitely charged. He's accused of conspiring as well. You've learned new details about him. Do you think that he could be manipulated by Lori? Or what do you think that dynamic in their brother-sister relationship was?
I didn't grow up close to Alex by any means. He was his own person. He would come around every once in a while. He's kind of the out person. Like, he was in at all the family parties all the time. He was kind of doing his own thing. Then they got close together for whatever reason. They started being really close. And then I don't know how you go from being close. Like, I could understand being close to your brother or your sister. I don't understand how you go from, okay, we're going to be close to, we're going to start killing our family members. Like, there's no way you get to that point ever. And I'll never be able to explain it. And so, like I said, for him, for her, it's the same exact thing. Like, I couldn't tell you what they were thinking. Their relationship, they got closer, but you don't just get to that place. You don't just get to this place of no one's lives matter, and we're just going to start doing whatever we want, and we run the world, and we're going to take people's lives. They don't have that right.
Is religion that powerful to them or that impactful on them to justify this? Because that's what prosecutors believe, is that that was the reason or the justification of everything. And
Right.
it does, if to
But here's
to
the
the
thing.
most, it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, it doesn't, because here's the thing. If you believe in Jesus, you believe in God, you believe in these things. When you read the Bible or anything, nothing they've done lines up with anything that the Bible says. Nothing. There's no example or where you could draw a parallel or say, well, this person did this in the Bible, so we could do this. There's no justification. So, like I said, their thing is completely their own, and I don't know how you can take something that you hear and just jump in so deeply without having your own thoughts and process. Because anybody who would ever want to be a Christian, let's just say Christian, if you want to be a Christian, and I'm telling you all these things about being a Christian, and I'm telling you about Jesus and all these amazing things, and you hear them and you like what you're hearing, but at the same time, you still need to go and say and pray about it. You still need to read the Bible and read the scriptures, and you need to be in that place for you to understand and have your own connection with God and have that relationship, not because of me. And so that's my point. I don't understand how you can go from and even say the name Jesus and do all the things completely opposite of him. So I don't know how they got to that point. Like I said, belief, I think, can be a strong thing, but there's no belief based off of Jesus or based off of God that tells you to go and start murdering people and kill your family members and do all these things with no consequence. There's no gospel that says that.
How has your mother changed your life since this has happened? Like, take us to, because people think about, oh, that's her son, and they think about the case, but they don't know your everyday life, how you're
Right.
affected, what you have been through since 2019, late 2019.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, how has she impacted you today?
I would say the word stripped, right? She stripped everything that we've ever known and had. She took all of my family's life. I don't have my family. I don't get to have that time with them. I don't get to know them anymore. I don't get to have that. She stripped that foundational thing. She took everything that she could away from all these different people. Like I said, not just me. She stripped everybody away from other people. And then on top of that, like I said, our credit was tied together on a lot of things. That got stripped down. And then we had to deal with all the repercussions of her decisions in every single way. So our lives have been completely changed, but our faith in being Christian and trusting in God at all through this time. So we're not going to sit here and try to just be these victims, because the are, Charles and Tylee and JJ and Tammy, the people who actually were taken, they're victims, but we are living with the results,
And
So
I know you're religious and you have your faith. Do you pray for your mom?
I do. I have before. I'm at a place now where it's just taking me some time. Like, the reality is, you're supposed to forgive people. You need to forgive people because it helps you move on, and you can't hold on to that unforgiveness because it's literally eats you as a person away. But at the same time, I'm a human being, and I like yesterday, a perfect example. And then a lot of times I'm angry, and it can be hard to try to, you have to deal with what you're feeling emotionally, and then, like, with the spiritual stuff, you have to kind of figure out, and it takes some time. So I try to pray. I mean, I pray all the time for things to go right, to have God's will done, all those things. But at the same time, there is an emotional side, and you have to deal with that. So praying for her has been an on and off thing, but like I said, it's really for her and God to deal with. She knows what's right and wrong, and it's not on me. And I think I try to take that responsibility. Oh, this is my thing. I'm still here. I can tell her, do the right thing, do these right things for the kids, do this for Charles, tell the truth. And she's not. So it is her decision, not mine.
Do you see yourself ever speaking to her again?
Not right now. not right now. Not how I'm feeling right now. The reason why not is because I know going in guns hot, ready to go at her and tell her everything that she's ever done to me, and tell her all these things that she's done to all my family members and this and that. That's not going to get her anywhere. And what I mean by get her anywhere is like she needs to tell the truth, and she also needs to ask for forgiveness, not from me, but from God. So, but I don't know if going in guns hot is the right way to do it.
Lastly, yesterday was JJ's ninth birthday. It would have been his ninth birthday. How much do you miss JJ? How much do you miss Tylee?
Every day I miss him. Like yesterday was hard because my whole point was to celebrate JJ and Tylee and Charles. Like those are days are for to remember them. And I know that as good as yesterday was, it did cloud a lot of JJ's birthday. So it was hard. It always is hard. Anytime their birthday comes up, we even know in a couple weeks, it's going to be technically the day they found them. And it's like, it's hard to even imagine sometimes that they're not here. And it literally is a daily process of something. You have to keep going forward, and it's hard, but I miss them every single day. Like there's never a day I'm not thinking about them. And yeah, it can be really hard.
Well, Colby, again, I'll say, man, how you've handled this whole journey and twists and turns and this whole bizarre timeline in your 20s, early 20s, a lot of respect. And I just hope that you keep finding more peace. And I appreciate you trusting me and opening up, because I know this is not definitely the hardest thing to open up about in your life. I would assume, talking about your mother and your siblings who passed her. So thank you again. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Well, I appreciate you. And, like I said, this whole thing is really about them. So that's why we talk about it, because it's not just about me, it's about them too. And they're the ones that are the victims. So I appreciate you giving me a platform to talk about it, and your honesty and your kindness. So I appreciate you too, man.
Okay. So that is done. All right. So what's up, everybody? Let me get a sip of water here. Sorry, I know that plastic's probably so loud. That's why I try to remember when I can to put it in my like cup or whatever, because it's so loud with this plastic. Because they make them so flimsy to save on plastic. So it's almost like you can't even like pick it up and sip it without it. Just like if you can get a brand new, which is fine, I understand. Like, you don't want to save on don't want to use too much plastic, but like if you get a brand new bottle and then you just like take a couple sips, it just like it starts shrinking down. I'll be like drinking and it's just like crushing in my hand. Oh, hey Rachel MB. Yeah, so Molly Tidbit's murder was found guilty of first-degree murder today. So yay. That's good, yeah, because that trial was going on. So yeah, he was found guilty. So that's good news. Month and a half, no refills. Wait, what? 11 Coco? Brooke Essington, what's up? Yay! You made it. I'm glad you're here. So he stabbed for 140. Yeah, because I don't know the details of that case. I know I didn't really get to watch any of the trial or anything, but I knew it was going on. So 114 times. Wow. Yeah. What was he like when they read the verdict? Oh, Chelsea. Wait, was that? Oh, Chelsea. Okay, sorry. As you can see, then what Molly? Tell me some of the details on that one, because I don't really know that case. No, Poochie, that's Diana Wright. She made it. Diana, she made the quilt. She's the quilt maker. It's nice, huh? The other side's pretty cool too. And then, like I said, she's gonna quilt my my banner. So take it back. What's it say? Delaney, I take it back. I could quilt if I could focus. Stitching using the sewing machine, blanket stitching. Yeah, I can't really do anything. I mean, I used to like in Colorado when I was bored and up all night and stuff. I would like just sew by hand, like made these little bags and stuff. But I'm not skilled at all. Okay, so who else do we have in here? Oh yeah, Robin, yeah. All right, so let me play. There's a couple other things on the Aiden Fucci Tristyn Bailey case. Let's see. There's a few videos. Let me see which one's here. 1 second. This one is. Oh, that's the one you were talking about. The Tristyn Bailey. Is that what you were talking about, Chelsea? It's weird because when you say little kid or girl or something, when I think of the Tristyn Bailey, like I don't see her as a little girl, and she really is. She was only 14 or 13, right? She 13 or 14? He was 14. She was 13, right? Anyway, because when you look at her picture, she looks so much older. So I don't know. I don't look at her as like a little girl, but I guess she really is. I mean, 13 years old. Right? 13. Why am I getting confused now? One of them's 13 and one's 14, but both of them are young. Okay, so let me play. That's funny because that's what we're gonna watch a couple videos on this. Yeah, so he stabbed her. So that's what she was talking about. 114 times. Like, I don't understand that process. Like, what? Why would you need to stab somebody 14 times? I mean, of course, don't stab anybody any times, but so you're trying to kill somebody. I mean, obviously they're way dead way before 114 times. Like, was he really? Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna play a couple. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. We're gonna watch this. I just want to make sure which parts I could play. Okay. All right. I'm gonna play this clip from news. Oh, what? Hold on. There we go. One second. He's going to be tried as an adult too. Okay, so let me share this. I just wanted to get it to a spot because a lot of the news people will play like music behind their talking. So I wanted to get it to a part where the music wasn't playing. All right, so 1 second, guys. Share. All right, see. Got it. It. All right. Okay, so here we go. So this is the Tristyn Bailey, Aiden Fucci. She was 13 years old. He stabbed her. He was 14 years old. So he stabbed her 114 times. We had talked about this case. If you guys aren't familiar with it, it's kind of basis of what happened. So they were debating whether they were going to try him as an adult, but they are going to try him as an adult, which is a good thing, I think. I mean, in my opinion. So there was surveillance of him and her walking like around like 1 something in the morning, and then around like 1:45 in the morning, he's walking back without her, and he has a pair of shoes in his hand. And then they end up finding her body. So 114 times. So supposedly she snuck out in the middle of the night, I guess, to meet him. Is that what she was doing? Because she was with him. Okay, so let me play this clip, and I have 3 clips actually to play, but we'll do this one first. All right.
Released a statement saying they appreciate the thorough and comprehensive work that went into today's outcome. Fucci is being held at a juvenile facility in Daytona. He's being represented by the public defender's office. Bailey's body was found on Mother's Day near a retention pond in the Durbin Crossing subdivision, less than a half mile from Fucci's home. News 4 Jax reporter Vic Michelucci was at the news conference with the state attorney, which just wrapped up about 30 minutes ago. Vic.
Kent and Mary, I also got my hands on the warrant here, the warrant for first-degree murder charges. Before we go any further, I do want to say one more time, the details here are disturbing. Talking to State Attorney R.J. Larissa, he said horrific could be seen as an understatement in this case. He has been working in this jurisdiction for decades, and he says he's never covered or had to work something as horrible as this. So let's go into the details that he released with us. 114 stab wounds. That's what the medical examiner found during the autopsy on Tristyn Bailey's body. 49 of those wounds were defensive. Now, we were there about a day later when detectives found the knife that investigators say was used in this murder in a pond. We have that exclusive video. I was there personally. This was about 7:30 in the evening when the dive team with St. Johns County Sheriff's Office pulled that knife out. Today, for the first time, we learned from the state attorney that it was a folding knife. So a buck knife is how he called it, almost like a large pocket knife. He also said that the tip broke off. That tip was found during the autopsy with the medical examiner. Just one of many horrific details. We also learned that there was a lot of evidence, including bloody clothes and bloody shoes at Aiden Fucci's home. That home right around the corner from where Tristyn Bailey's body was found in the woods, which happened to be right next to that pond where the dive team recovered that knife. That home, also part of the crime scene. Detectives cased that for more than a day. Now, R.J. Larissa, the state attorney for St. Augustine, says he is disturbed. He is horrified by the details, and there is no doubt in his mind or anyone else on the case that this is first-degree premeditated murder.
The bottom line is that premeditation could be inferred, certainly, from just the sheer number of stab wounds that Tristyn Bailey had to suffer. Every time that arm went back and every time that arm went down, that was premeditation. And it happened, if you times 114 by 2, that's 228. But it's not just the fact that she was stabbed 14 times, or 114 times. It's also information that we were able to glean from witnesses. The defendant made statements to several people that he intended to kill someone. He didn't say who that was, but he indicated to witnesses that he was going to kill someone by taking them in the woods and stabbing them, which are certainly the facts of this case.
And that news conference where we learned the new details came out, lasted for about 15 minutes. R.J. Larissa, the state attorney, as well as the chief detective, Detective Skip Cole, they were very open about the case, but they did not elaborate on the motive. They said they're still working on that. They're still trying to find out what happened leading up to this horrific murder. As far as Aiden Fucci, the 14-year-old behind all of this, according to investigators, right now he is at a Department of Juvenile Justice facility 2 counties south of us at Daytona Beach. But now that he is charged as an adult and he is charged with first-degree murder, he is going to be transferred to an adult facility. We don't know if that's going to be here at the St. Johns County Jail, which is a block away from where I am standing, or if it's going to be somewhere else because of his safety and because of the notoriety of the case. But they say that they will let us know. He is going to be rearrested on that first-degree murder charge. He will be booked into jail. He's going to go before a judge once again, and that'll probably happen within the next day. So we will keep you posted on that, as well as the other big developments in this case. For now, we are live in St. Augustine. I'm Vic Michelucci, Channel 4, the local station.
Thank you, Vic. And Tristyn Bailey's family issued a statement following today's update on the case. We each have copies of it, and we're going to read it to you. It says, "We appreciate that today's outcome is directly the result of the thorough and comprehensive work from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, along with the 7th District State Attorney's Office, as part of the initial steps to bring justice for Tristyn's murder. We would specifically like to recognize the Criminal Investigations Unit of the SJSO. We greatly appreciate the tremendous community outpouring from all parts of the world, particularly for those in St. John's that have helped from the Mother's Day search, the vigils, remembrances, and memorials, with the press conference sharing details of this heinous crime, the caring and love shown from the people and businesses to raise up the memory of Tristyn, and the resolve of our community serves as a beacon of light in the darkness. As shared in the celebration of life on the Battle of the Two Wolves, it helps us to feed the good wolf."
They go on to say, "We also would like to thank the Jacksonville media for respecting our privacy while we mourn the loss of Tristyn. A special thanks to News4Jax for live streaming the celebration of life to enable people globally to observe the service. We do ask for your continued respect for our privacy, as well as of Tristyn's teammates and her school. And as we move forward, we will seek to keep Tristyn's memory alive and the spirit of the community." And they sign it, "Our thanks, the Bailey 7. Of course, our hearts go out to the families and the communities so hurt by this tragedy.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll continue following this. We'll bring you any new developments as they come out in this case.
Okay, so that's one of them that I wanted to show. Oh, so, okay, so Diana, explain this, because I haven't got I don't know all the details yet. I'm trying to catch up on all these cases. He lured her out? Is that what you said? Is those details out of how that happened, you mean? Does anybody know? I'll try to look into it, but just offhand, now that we're talking about it, you say he lured her out of the house. Where did you hear that? Let me see if I could find anything about that. That's what I'm just curious. Like, was she friends with him? Why did she sneak out? Why did she go over there? Trying to see if I could find anything. He lured her out with a lie. Okay. But how did he call her? Do you know, Diana? Like, how did he throw something at her window to get her? I mean, like, how did he get her attention to lure her out? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. See, let me look at chat, because I know I end up just missing it in chat. Okay, let's see. And then if not, maybe I'll try to find out for next time. Okay. He lured her out with a lie. They gave my dad withdrawal drugs to help him with how he recuperated. Okay. Oh, Loving Coco, what's wrong? You say you don't feel good? Libra, my understanding, they were quite mutual friends. So yeah, but I wonder, though, why did she go out to meet him? Like, did he call her like, "Hey, you want to hang out, or come out? I got to show you something"? Or did he call her on the phone? Did he text her? What text? Okay. Yeah, Mark. No, definitely. Me and my sister used to sneak out, but that's what all I'm trying to really figure out is, so she specifically went out to see him, and was it like a planned thing? Like, "Hey, later tonight, come over," or it was like in the moment? And I'm thinking by what you guys are saying, it was probably in the moment, a text, like, hey, come out real quick. You know, I got to show you something. I don't know. Oh, well, maybe not. So you're saying the friends were gathering. So basically, nobody really knows yet. It hasn't been like reported. Everybody's maybe just like word of mouth. You guys are hearing different things. Maybe I'll try to get into some groups to see some of the gossip, see what's going on. Yes, cement shoes. Yes, that's what I thought when they said he's going to probably be transferred to an adult prison or whatever. Well, because he's going to be tried as an adult. Whoa, buddy. They're gonna, yeah, good. They're gonna, he's gonna be somebody's. Yep. And I don't even feel bad. So they were all out. And then he lured her away from the friends. So she was out with like a big group of them or something. Okay. There's a reported friend gathering. Okay, now it makes sense. And then he lured her away. Wonder what he said to get her away. I'm just, I know you guys don't know, but it's just curious. Like, wonder if he said there was like an emergency or he wanted to show her something. Huh. Oh, really, Chelsea? Aw, loving. Aw. If you were... just want a hug? I wish I could give you a hug. I like hugs. I'll give you a hug, but I can't. You're too far away. Okay, so there's a couple other videos that I wanted to play. Hold on one second on this case. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Let me get it ready. Let's see. Just give me 1 minute. I'm trying to find which part I want to play here. Okay, so I'm going to play another part where some of it they might say a couple of the same things, but there are some, new things that they say in this. Okay, so let me share this. All right.
When she was found dead in the woods hours after her family reported her missing.
And we learned today that her 14-year-old schoolmate, who was arrested and charged with her murder, will now be prosecuted as an adult. The state attorney making that announcement this afternoon in St. Johns County. A grand jury indicted Aiden Fucci on a first-degree murder charge.
Every time that arm went back and every time that arm went down, that was premeditation.
Now, prosecutors also revealed today Fucci's story of what happened that night changed several times during interviews with police. Investigators believe there was also some sort of fight that broke out between the two that night. The state attorney's office also said that many of the stab wounds Bailey suffered were defensive in nature, meaning that she tried to fight back.
And it was not a difficult decision to make that he should be charged as an adult. It's a sad decision in a sad state of affairs, but it was clear to us after we looked at what happened that it was not only appropriate to charge the defendant as an adult, but it was really the only choice that we could make.
Another revelation, I should say, from prosecutors today. Some teenagers had reportedly heard Fucci say he had intent to harm or kill someone.
The defendant made statements to several people that he intended to kill someone. He didn't say who that was, but he indicated to witnesses that he was going to kill someone by taking them in the woods and stabbing them.
According to the arrest report, surveillance video spotted what appears to be Tristyn Bailey and Aiden Fucci walking north from the amenity center at a Durbin Creek neighborhood around 1:14 a.m. 31 minutes later, two people are seen walking east toward where Bailey's body was eventually found along Saddlestone Drive at 1:45 a.m. One person wearing shorts, a hoodie, and white shoes with a black Nike logo. The other wearing black pants and a black shirt. That same camera then captured one person wearing shorts, a hoodie, walking back west, and this time carrying white shoes with a black Nike logo. That was 3:27 a.m., 1 hour and 42 minutes later. The suspect's home is nearby on Castledale Court, where police say they found evidence in his bedroom, including items that tested positive for the presence of blood. Fucci's home is about a third of a mile from the south end of a nearby retention pond, the area where her body was later found.
Now, with today's new information, our Verified team has broken down what we know and what we still don't know about this case. Along with the new charge, they say that the knife, which was found in a nearby pond, had its tip broken off. It was later discovered in Tristyn Bailey's scalp. They also confirmed what is false. Fucci did not have a juvenile record, and he has not confessed to anything connected to her death. Here's what we still don't know. Was this a sexual attack? What was the motive? And was Bailey always the target? Now, these shocking new details were released this afternoon because Fucci, as we mentioned, is now being charged as an adult. And we spoke with both a former prosecutor and defense attorney to get their reaction to this elevated charge. On your side's Haley Harrison's breaking down what the 14-year-old is facing and the next steps of this case.
By the state attorney makes it pretty clear on why they believe that adult sanctions are appropriate and a first-degree murder charge is appropriate.
Christina Obsal, a former prosecutor with the 7th Judicial Circuit, says Aiden Fucci faces up to life in prison if found guilty. He cannot receive the death penalty. She also says after 25 years served, his sentencing will be reviewed.
2 lives have been lost, the life of Tristyn Bailey and the life of now Aiden Fucci. Like if everything that has come out is correct, he will likely spend life in prison. That is
Shannon Schott is a board-certified juvenile attorney.
So a question we get all the time is how do you defend someone who's done something egregious or who's likely guilty? And at the end of the day, as a criminal defense attorney, it's about the due process rights of my clients and making sure that my client is afforded all of his rights.
Schott believes the first steps for Fucci's defense will be to see if his alleged admission to fighting with Tristyn Bailey and pushing her down was a lawful one. As in, was he given and did he knowingly waive his Miranda rights before the interrogation? Obsal says the prosecution will continue to gather evidence, aiming for a conviction.
And then that conviction needs to stick. So, they need to get a jury panel that can be fair and impartial. That's going to be very difficult in all cases like this where, there's a big public outrage or, a lot of social media presence.
I'm Haley Harrison, First Coast News, on your side.
Okay, so one more video, but I'll play that in 1 second. And yeah, so does everybody agree with them trying him as an adult? Wonder what his parents think. Do you think his parents are disagreeing with that, like him being tried as an adult? Have you heard what are their thoughts on that? I wonder. I don't know. I mean, I'm happy about it, but I mean, I just wonder if they're like, that's bull crap, he shouldn't be tried as an adult, or they're like, yes, try him as an adult. I don't know. Oh wait, is that out there? Coffee and Conversation? Is it out for the public? Where can I find that? Wow, I didn't even try to look for that because yeah, I can talk. I didn't think they would have released that for some reason. Did they really? I would just think that would be something they wouldn't, especially until the trial. But maybe. Yeah, that's welcome to the media. I mean, welcome to the century. I mean, welcome to the age we're in, the generation we're in. I mean, It's just the way it is. You can't, it's media is all around. I mean, so they're probably going to, start developing new rules and laws that adapt to our changing ways, so I mean, they're going to try to do it as no different than most of the case. I mean, some cases get more than others, but it's not like this got way more than some of the other big ones. A lot of them get a lot of media. They just try to do their best to get a fair trial. So has nothing to do with him being 14 or this specific case. It's just the way our world is now. Like I said, I feel like there'll probably be new laws to adapt to all this kind of stuff, but I mean, they're supposed to be not everybody watches this, this stuff, or, yeah, we're into true crime and stuff, but it doesn't mean like every single person is watching all these details of all these cases. It's not true. So there's a possibility he could get a fair trial. People that aren't even aware of some of these details, don't watch it, don't pay attention like we do. So, but yeah, it's the way it's been for a long time, really. Innocent till proven guilty. I mean, but my best love is just to serve and pleases his. Yeah. All right, so no, if you guys don't, when I ask for it, if it's like another creator channel, that's not what, like, yeah, we're not talking about other channels. I'm just talking about like if there's like a site or like a news channel or something, I'm not going to like go to another creator. So yeah, that's not when I ask, like, I'm not asking for like creator type channels, which you guys probably didn't know, because we try not to like say different creators in the chat, because it's just, I've explained why. It just, I don't want to get into it again, but it caused me an issue in the past, and it's just smarter to just try not to say it, which it's fine. Sometimes you slip up, but like, for instance, I asked, hey, where can I find that? But I didn't mean like to name like, oh, like, but if there's like a news channel or a link like that, or like a site, then yeah, let me know. But if it's actually another channel, maybe just email me or something so we could talk privately about it. But I wouldn't put it up in chat, just because. So yeah, there was an issue one time where I used to always talk about channels, and I'd always be in the lies and where the creators wouldn't let you name channels. I'd be like, wonder why they're not letting you. And I learned the hard way. Freaking naming channels in a good way, talking about them nice, and people in chat were talking crap when I said it, and then it just came back to me where, oh, Zav's talking crap. It was a creator I really liked. They went into her chat and said I was talking crap when I was talking good and the chat was talking crap. But if I would never have brought that channel up, they probably wouldn't have done it. And it was just this big ordeal. So we try not to say other channels. Like I said, it happens sometimes. It's not a big deal if you did, but just so you know, it just causes too much trouble. So I learned, I'm like, that's why. Because, even if you're talking nice about a channel, you're going to have people in chat that don't like certain channels. And then that's when people start talking, like, I'll be like, oh, I love this channel. And then somebody's like, I hate that person or whatever. And then somebody goes over, oh, they're talking crap in Zav's chat, and then they think I'm talking crap. It's just not good. But yeah, I'm going to look for it now that I know it's out. So basically that is out. It's available. So if I looked hard enough, I could find it. So thanks. I'll definitely do that. So we could, watch it sometime. I wouldn't have guessed that it was out, man. That's crazy. But yeah, if you email me, definitely, if you have like for something like that, just email me and then we'll figure it out. But wow, That's weird that they would that they release that though. Because wouldn't that be like a part of the investigation? I mean, should that be public already? That don't seem right that that's out. That's going to be a big part of the evidence, you know? Huh. Okay, so yeah, I have one more video. Hold on. I hope that doesn't screw up anything that's out there. I'm going to have to see how did that get out? If it was something that I guess, did they put it out there or did somebody happen to come across it like, and it wasn't supposed to be? So here's a quick little appearance of him. Watch what we do. Oh, thanks, Libra. Is that it? I'll look at that while I'm playing this other thing. Right here. Okay, so let's watch this for a minute and then.
Today is May 28, 2021. I'm Judge Maltz. This is the first appearance in the state of Florida versus Aiden Fucci, which is case number 21-825 CF. Are you Aiden Fucci?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well. State is here represented by Mr. Lewis. Mr. Fucci is here represented by Ms. Peoples. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Judge.
All right, Mr. Fucci, if you'll raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can put your hand down. All right, Mr. Fucci, let me tell you what first appearance is. The purpose of a first appearance is to advise you of what the charges are against you, to let you know if there is probable cause to detain you on these charges, to address the issue of your bond if appropriate, and to advise you of some rights that you have. So I am going to start with advising you of some very valuable rights that you have under both the United States and Florida constitutions. First off, you have the right to be represented by an attorney at this and every stage of the proceedings against you. And if you cannot afford to hire one will be appointed for you at no cost. I know that the Public Defender's Office is currently appointed to represent you. Judge Anthony had a hearing last week and determined that the Public Defender's Office could represent you in this matter. So I am going to reaffirm that appointment of the Public Defender's Office at this time. You also have the right to remain silent. That is also referred to as a right against self-incrimination. What that means is that no one can force you to talk about your case while your case is pending. Keep in mind that everything this morning is being recorded. There's also an assistant state attorney on the line. So if you say anything that's incriminating this morning, it may very well be used against you at a later time. Do you understand these rights as I just explained those to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me tell you what you are charged with. You have been indicted by the St. Johns County Grand Jury on the charge of first-degree premeditated murder. That is a capital felony that is normally punishable by up to death or life imprisonment. In your case, because you are not yet 18 years old, death is not a possible sentence pursuant to the Florida and United States Supreme Courts, but this charge does carry a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. Do you understand the charge against you?
Yes, sir.
All right, there is probable cause to detain you on this charge pursuant to the indictment issued by the St. Johns County Grand Jury yesterday, as well as the arrest affidavit that I have previously reviewed. The indictment in capias that followed set your bond at none. Is the state still asking that he be held without bond? Mr. Lewis?
That is correct, Judge. The state's request is no bond.
All right, Ms. Peoples, do you want to be heard on that issue?
We'll address that issue at a later date, Your Honor, with appropriate motions and witnesses.
Okay, thank you. Having reviewed the appropriate paperwork, I will preliminarily make a determination that proof is evident, presumption is great. So you will be held without bond. Mr. Fucci, do you have any questions about these proceedings today?
No, sir.
All right, the next step in these proceedings will be an arraignment unless your lawyer or lawyers formally waive your arraignment in writing, and that will take place in the next week or two. Anything further from the state?
Nothing further from the state, Judge.
anything further from the defense, Ms. Peoples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that will conclude your first appearance, Mr. Fucci. Everybody have a good day.
So that's that. I just went and looked at the channel you guys were saying it was on real quick. Are you sure you guys, she just didn't show the path that was taken? Because I skimmed through all her channel, all her videos on this, and maybe I missed it, but I don't think she has the actual video. I think she was showing the path that they took, or maybe I just skimmed through too fast, but I didn't see an actual like the surveillance video or the footage of them walking. Is I don't know. I'll have to look more into it. I did it really fast, but I didn't know she was showing them like where they were, but maybe I missed it. So all right, so let me get back. Well, let me see. Let me just try to look it up. This might be one that it might take me a while, you know. That noise. Oh, I keep hitting that. Hold on one second. Maybe I should look at the chat because you guys could be answering. Maybe it is out. I just don't understand why they would release that. It just doesn't seem smart. Does it to you guys? I mean, it's good for us, kind of. We get to look at it, but like, that's going to be a huge part of the trial, right? Him like walking with her and then walking back without her. Let me just see something. Let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, so it just explains it. But is the surveillance actually really out for the public? That's what I'm just trying to ask. I would guess, wait, no way. But like, there's a few people that were saying this other channel had it, and I went to that other channel real quick, and I don't think I couldn't find it. I skimmed through all her videos of this, and it looked like she was showing the path, probably because they explained it on that, but it doesn't look like she actually has the actual footage. Island Girl, what's up? But like I said, I did it really fast. I might have overlooked it. No, it showed the live. She showed the live. Oh, then was I misunderstanding you guys? I swear when I was asking everybody, like there was like 3 people that said she has it over on her channel. And that's what I was talking about. I'm like, yeah, just send me a link of what you guys, I mean, but, well, okay, never mind then. I guess that's my fault when I'm not completely in chat. I miss half the stuff. Or I misunderstand because I think you're talking about something else. Oh, it is on there? So you want to play the whole press conference, Delana? Is that why? I mean, it's out. We've all seen it. Really? She does it. It's a press conference on her video. Oh, you're saying it's the one where she does the press conference. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess it is out. That is just stupid, in my opinion, that's out. What the heck? Wow. Yeah. So where's that surveillance? I'm not going to play it off of another channels, but if it's out for us, I should find it. If you're saying that we can watch Libra, do you have it? You saying we could watch the surveillance of them walking? We could watch Aiden and Tristyn walking, and then he walks back. Like where do we find that here? I definitely want to see it. Yeah, hold on, guys. Just chat. I'm going to try to look for it. I hope you guys are being honest with me and I'm not wasting my time. And then somebody's like, no, you misunderstood. It's not. I hope I'm understanding you. If that's what you're saying. That's out. What you're saying is out is what I'm thinking. Hold on a second. Okay. I wonder if they're going to end up taking that down, though. I don't think that's a good idea to have that up. It's so weird. Like, you know, they have, if that is true and they have that, but then, like, they're so secretive about some of these other cases where they won't even show you any. I mean, you know, like, why is this stuff so handled so different sometimes? It doesn't make sense. All right, hold on, just bear with me here. And if I'm missing something, and you guys are like, this is where to just email me. I'm going to keep checking my protein town email because I don't see the chat right now. So if you want to, if you're finding it or you're like, here it is or whatever, just email me it because I'm just looking myself real quick. So I can't see if you guys are seeing it in chat. Let's see. I do, Poochie. Yeah, I do have a tan. I've getting a lot of sun lately. Yeah, just email me if you find it. I'm gonna keep looking a little bit because if it's out there, let's watch it, man. That's very interesting. I would love to see it. Definitely. Hey, Mary D. Open minds. Yeah, but I mean, I'm telling you, other people in chat are saying yes, that it's out, that they all have seen it. I can't be misunderstanding like a bunch of people, right? I swear that's what a lot of people said. When I said it again, they're like, yeah, we've all seen it. Yeah, it's out. So it's gotta be. What else can they be talking about, right? I'm like, yeah, look. Oh, so you did see it, Open Minds. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. There's but a lot of you haven't yet. So I want to find it so we could watch it for the people that haven't. Let me see here. I might not be able to do it. I might have to do some digging to find it, and I don't know if I'll be able to do it on a live if it's not just like right there. So I'm just gonna see if it's something that's just like right out there. Well, I'll be able to do it, but if not, then I'll have to wait so I could do a little digging. All right. No. All these freaking pop-up ads are so annoying. Oh my Lord. Ad. All right, so is this, but we already, didn't we watch that press conference? Which press, hold on. I mean, which press conference, how many press conferences did they have? Just one? Oh, come on. Yes, no. No, that's only 13 seconds. Okay, hold on. All right, let me go somewhere else, actually. I mean, I'll play the one you sent too, Libra, but I know it looks like it has some of the same stuff of the other one that I played, but looks like there's some new stuff too. But I just want to find this other thing too, though, because if that's the case, then we need to find that video. There's plenty of people that in there said that you guys seen it, so it's got to be. It can't be that hard to find, right? All right. Let me try a couple things, and if it is, then we'll just have to wait till next time. For new details. Is that it, Libra? Did you find it, or would you just send me? Just so I know, should I stop looking, or I'm not sure what you. Hold on, let me see real quick. Oh, this is the press conference. Is that what this is? Yeah, well, actually, okay, you know what? That's a good idea. I'll play this while I'm looking for the other thing. All right. So we'll play the good. Thanks, Libra. That's probably smarter. Okay, so I'm going to play the press conference, and then I'll try to look for the other thing real quick. Alrighty, guys. Alrighty. Sounds good. Okay, so yeah, this will be interesting because there's a bunch of people saying they wanted to see the whole thing. So let's play it. All right, share. Thanks, Libra. Now we're going to work on getting that other thing. Prosecutor, this one right here. All right, thanks. Let's do it. All right.
Give a second to make sure that anybody who's not here yet would like to come on up.
Start like right at 4.
Yeah, we start right at 4. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. If we can sync up our watches here, I've got about 2 minutes till.
Okay.
When I did the press conference in Malaysia, that also involved shooting, where, yeah, the kid was totally unarmed. I mean, it must have been 15 microphones by now. That was when I realized, okay, if I can handle this, I can do just about anything. So are y'all ready? Y'all good? Okay. Welcome, everyone, to St. Johns County, to the courthouse. I'm R.J. Larissa, the elected state attorney for the 7th Judicial Circuit. Today, the St. Johns County Grand Jury convened and issued an indictment against Aiden Fucci for first-degree murder involving our victim, Tristyn Bailey. Once the grand jury had done the indictment, we did a transfer order, which I believe some of the folks in the media had already gotten a hold of, transferring the case from juvenile court to adult court. The indictment is the triggering document which signals and executes the move into the adult court system. So Aiden Fucci will be tried as an adult in St. Johns County for first-degree murder. Now, Aiden was initially charged with second-degree murder. The indictment is for first-degree premeditated murder. Now, some folks have asked us why, or wanted to know why we would charge premeditated murder, and also why we would choose to seek adult sanctions on Aiden, who is a 14-year-old boy. Well, we're going to talk about both of those together to give you an idea of why the decision was made to charge him as an adult and why we believe first-degree premeditated murder is the appropriate charge. I think both of those intertwine and will explain why we did what we did. First off, I want to tell you, it brings me no pleasure to be charging a 14-year-old as an adult with first-degree murder. But I can tell you also that the executive team and I reviewed all the facts, all the circumstances, the applicable law, and it was not a difficult decision to make that he should be charged as an adult. It's a sad decision in a sad state of affairs, but it was clear to us after we looked at what happened that it was not only appropriate to charge the defendant as an adult, but it was really the only choice that we could make. Now, you've heard that our victim, Tristyn, was stabbed. And I believe Sheriff Hardwick, who I'd like to say wishes he could be here today. Unfortunately, he couldn't be, but we'll have Director Skip Cole will speak for the Sheriff's Office. But to say that it was horrific could arguably be made as an understatement. The medical examiner completed an autopsy on our victim and identified confidently that there were 114 stab wounds. 114. At least 49 of those stab wounds were to the hands, arms, and the head, and were defensive in nature. The bottom line is that premeditation could be inferred, certainly, from just the sheer number of stab wounds that Tristyn Bailey had to suffer. Every time that arm went back and every time that arm went down, that was premeditation. And it happened, if you times 114 by 2, that's 228. But it's not just the fact that she was stabbed 14 times, or 114 times. It's also information that we were able to glean from witnesses. The defendant made statements to several people that he intended to kill someone. He didn't say who that was, but he indicated to witnesses that he was going to kill someone by taking them in the woods and stabbing them, which are certainly the facts of this case. The defendant had a knife that he carried with him. A knife was found in the pond, very close in proximity to our victim's body. That knife had a tip that was broken off. That tip was located by the medical examiner in the scalp of our victim. The statements that the defendant made to his friends made it clear that he was considering a homicide. And I got to tell you this, it's disturbing and concerning that those statements were not, let's say, adequately or appropriately, or not taken seriously by the folks that heard them. I'm not saying that this could have been avoided, but I'm saying that it was never reported beforehand. Now, as we move forward in this case, and we continue to develop the case, we will continue to develop more evidence. Not only do we have the knife, which was identified by witnesses as they say it's his knife. It's consistent, as the medical examiner says, with the wounds that were found on Tristyn's body. And it's also the description and the hilt and the wounds themselves match up per the medical examiner. Not only that, we also have DNA evidence that we have developed regarding this case. There is the defendant's DNA on the body of the victim. And there is the victim's DNA on the knife blade, on shoes that belong to the defendant that were found in his bedroom, on a t-shirt that was found in the defendant's bedroom. And there's additional items that we are looking at now that have been sent to the FDLE lab for confirmation of blood and DNA analysis. I just want to say that I hope parents will learn something from this vicious and brutal murder. And that is that you need to know what your kids are doing and what they're saying. Because while we might not be able to stop these brutal and vicious murders from happening, we ought to at least try. And sometimes parents might be reluctant to dig into what their kids are doing. For those of you who have kids, you know that when you start wondering and asking and investigating what they're doing, you have a battle on your hands. But it's a battle worth fighting. So I hope that parents will realize that teenagers are capable of things we have never imagined they could be. And this case is an example of that. What I'd like to do now is invite Director Skip Cole, the Director of Criminal Investigations for the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, to say a few words.
Thank you. It's difficult to hear all that. Okay, my name's Howard Cole. I'm the Director of the Criminal Investigations Division. I'm here today representing Sheriff Hardwick and all the men and women of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. To begin, we fully support the grand jury indictment, which we all know represents only the first step in this very long and difficult process. We remain confident in the strength and thoroughness of our investigation, and we will be fully prepared to present all the facts and evidence to a jury at the appropriate time. We'd also like to thank State Attorney R.J. Larizza and his team for their partnership during this case. From day one, our teams worked side by side, furthering the investigation and preparing this case for grand jury. Even though this case is now being transitioned to the State Attorney's Office, our detectives will continue to investigate all leads and evidence to the fullest. In conclusion, we extend our continued thoughts and prayers to the Bailey family. We want the Bailey family to know that they are not alone, and we will stand with them through this entire process until justice and accountability is served. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite up Matt Walsh, who is the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Jacksonville region of Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. I'm FDLE Jacksonville Assistant Special Agent in charge, Matt Walsh. When a child goes missing or is in danger, time is critical. These are the most urgent cases in law enforcement, and we do everything we can to bring that child home safely. But sometimes, as heart-wrenching as it is, and despite our very best efforts, it isn't always possible. In these cases, we search for answers for the family and for the community. I'm so appreciative of our FDLE team and our law enforcement partners at St. John Sheriff's Office and here at the State Attorney's Office, Mr. Larizza's office, who dedicate themselves to this case and other cases around this community. Our forensic section had a very big role in this case. They worked tirelessly around the clock overnight to develop the DNA evidence Mr. Larizza has spoken about. Our agents have assisted in investigative support as much as we can, as much as needed by the St. John Sheriff's Office. And we continue that support to you in the Sheriff's Office. Our Missing Endangered Persons Information Clearinghouse, MEPIC, moved quickly to both issue a missing child alert for Tristyn and has been valuable in providing analytical assistance in this investigation. And FDLE will continue to offer any support we can in this investigation into our community and working through this tragedy. Thank you.
I'd like to also acknowledge the Sheriff's Office, and there were a bunch of folks involved in this investigation, but the case agent was Corporal Hannon, Kurt Hannon, and he's done an excellent job running the investigation and working with our team and the Sheriff's Office. Cases like this, look, there was video surveillance, there was DNA collected almost immediately. The deputy who responded at the scene to begin with, because remember, this started as a missing persons. Nobody knew what we really had for a while, but if it weren't for that deputy that responded, it could have been a lot longer before we actually were able to figure out exactly what we were dealing with here. And FDLE, folks, you know, testing DNA takes time. I mean, usually it could take months to get the DNA results back, but FDLE stepped up and said, we will process this evidence immediately for you. And I can't thank Matt and his crew enough, the folks at the lab, for doing that. I mean, it truly made a difference in how quickly we could get this investigation over. Also, I'd like to say, and this is really involving the Bailey family. I've met with them twice. They are wonderful, courageous, strong people. And I'll tell you, they're going to need all the courage and strength they can as we go through this process. You know, the juvenile system is not equipped for cases like this. The juvenile system, the maximum time that the defendant could spend in the juvenile system would be 21 till he's 21, and he'll be 15 this year. That is not adequate. That is not adequate or appropriate for what happened here. Additionally, the family has been receiving or has been made aware of comments on social media and threats. I want to tell y'all something. Law enforcement and the state attorney's office will be investigating any and all threats on social media for possible criminal charges. And I want folks to know the family needs your help. They need your support. If you can't give them that, then you should keep your mouth shut. And you shouldn't be using social media as a platform to exploit this terrible and horrific crime that we are now prosecuting. We should all be sad about what happened, and we should all be prepared to stand up and stand with the Bailey family as we work our way through this process. Because I'm telling you, folks, the criminal justice process is not friendly to victims and their families. It is a difficult process to go through, and the Bailey family is going to be going through it for years. So please keep that in mind. You folks out there who want to support the Bailey family, please do. Those of you who don't, be careful. Be careful about what you say and do. Now, I'd like to open it up for questions if anybody has some. Yes, sir.
Mr. Larissa, I can tell with just your demeanor, having seen you speak on cases before, have you ever dealt with anything like this? Has your team ever dealt with anything like this?
Well, certainly not the number of stab wounds. And I mean, it's a 14-year-old that is the defendant and a 13-year-old girl who's the victim. I mean, I'd have to say no. I have not before today. Yes, ma'am.
Did the surveillance video show any signs of struggle between the two?
We don't, well, there's a lot of surveillance video. There's surveillance video from when Tristyn and Fucci leave, where they were together and walk down the road. There's several different places. We all know folks have ring videos and other types of videos now, and that there was no signs of any struggle based on those videos. We certainly don't know. We can't see what happened at that point, but we know the result. So there certainly was a struggle. There were defensive wounds on this poor young lady, and she was fighting for her life. And it's just sad that we even have to talk about that. Yes, ma'am.
Any indication at this point in your investigation of whether Mr. Fucci may have been suffering from mental health conditions or was seeing a counselor for those kinds of issues?
No. Yes, yes, ma'am.
The police report that was just released said that Fucci struck Tristyn. Did he admit to stabbing her?
We're not going to talk about any confessions, if there were any. What I can tell you is that there are no statements that I'm aware of made by the defendant that where he confesses to the crime. Okay?
You know what led up to them getting together that night? Was he texting her, asking to hang out? Were they having any arguments at all?
These kids, you know, they're teenagers and they have their groups and they hang out. And so it was started out as just a few kids getting together and hanging out, but it didn't end that way. Yes, sir.
Sir, was this thrill kill? Was it sexual in nature? I mean, there's so many theories out there. Has your office and have detectives with St. Johns County and FDLE found a motive here?
We're still working and investigating this case, and those details I'm not prepared to discuss at this time. Yes, ma'am.
Details of that, any signs of evidence of sexual assault in the autopsy?
We're not going to discuss details of that at this time either. Yes, ma'am.
What kind of pressure did you feel from the community to charge him as an adult? I know you guys got a lot of calls and emails. How many did you get?
I don't know. And no, I didn't feel any pressure at all. This is my job to make these decisions along with the executive team. And while we're sad and we certainly take no pleasure in it, this is our duty. And we looked at the facts. We looked at the law. And I got to tell you, and the circumstances of the offense, there was no other alternative. The juvenile system is geared for kids maybe with drug issues or that commit nonviolent crime. When you get kids that get to this level of violence, the time and the accountability is not there, and the programs are it's just not there. The adult system is where this case belongs. Yes, ma'am.
Was she tied up or restrained in any way?
We don't have evidence of any of that. The investigation is ongoing, but no, we have no evidence of that. Yes, sir.
What about the other teams? You obviously showed your disdain for their actions for having known about these homicidal statements that he made. Could they face any charges, any punishment, any kind of accountability here?
Well, first off, I don't consider it disdain, disappointment. Disappointment that they didn't talk to somebody. But of course, they're teenagers, and that may be something that you could understand. I mean, I was a teenager once. I can still remember parts of that. But what I will say is, no, at this point, there's no evidence that we're aware of that would indicate that any of the kids that were involved, as far as friends who had testimony or evidence, had anything to do with the homicide or in any way have any criminal responsibility. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fucci being held, transferred already to an adult facility. Can you tell us what facility that is, and will he be held at that same facility pending trial?
I can't. That's a decision for the sheriff's office, and I think Sheriff Hardwick, along with the directors, they will make that decision about where he will not stay in Volusia County. I'm fairly certain of that.
Has he already been transferred as we speak?
I don't think so. I think we'll try to get some information to you about a first appearance. I think we will have that for you, maybe even as early as this afternoon, so that if you would like to try and attend or zoom into it, that you could do that. Yes, ma'am.
So will he not be coming to St. Johns County? He might go somewhere else?
At this point, that's still being determined. What we'll do is we'll find out where he's going to be and when, and we'll let you know. We'll notify you. Okay? Yes, sir.
And will he be kept, and this might be for Director Cole, will he be kept by himself because of the notoriety and the horrificness of this case?
Juveniles are kept separately, typically from adults, even in adult county and state facilities, so that they have protocols for that. And if he's held in the St. Johns County Jail, they have their protocols. If he's held in another facility, not run by the sheriff's office, they'll have their protocols, but he will be separated. Yes, ma'am.
Has Fucci showed any remorse?
There's video that I think y'all have access to, you've seen. I think that answers that question. Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe that life in prison without the possibility of parole is appropriate sentence for this?
Well, first off, let me say I think it would be, but that's not the case for the defendant. He could receive a life sentence. He could receive less because of the Graham Miller decisions from the United States Supreme Court, saying that it would be cruel and unusual punishment to have a minor sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. The irony there is, what about what happened to Tristyn? Would you consider that cruel? I certainly would. But the bottom line is that he will be eligible for, if he got a life sentence, that's the first if, he would be eligible for a review at 25 years. And at that point, a judge could decide either to reduce his sentence, leave it the same, or release him. But he will get the benefit of a generous consideration or accommodation simply because he was not 18 years old at the time. Yes, ma'am.
Is there any indication that he was under the influence at the time of the crime?
I don't believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Will there be another first appearance? If so, when?
There will be a first appearance. Not sure when, probably tomorrow, but what I said is we will get you that information. I'll ask Mr. Shorstein, our PIO, to make sure all of you are notified so that if you want to be there or at least Zoom in, that you can. Okay? Yes, sir.
Mr. LaRussa, if this case were to go to trial, could it be tried here, in your opinion, here in St. Johns County?
Well, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. The attempt is always made to try it in the jurisdiction where the crime occurred. And the judge makes the ultimate determination about whether or not to transfer venue. The defense may ask for a change of venue, but typically in my experience, the judge will attempt to do it in the jurisdiction where it occurred first. And if that doesn't work, then pick another jurisdiction. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you said that these were kids hanging out. Do you have any indication that they were linked romantically in some way, either before that night or as of that night?
We're continuing the investigation, not prepared to really talk about that today. Yes, ma'am.
You know, Tristyn was his target. We heard a rumor that he was trying to lure other girls into the woods that night. Do we know if she was specifically who he intended that night?
We have no information that he had specifically targeted her. The information we have is that he had told friends that he was going to kill someone and that it was imminent within the next 30 days or within the month. And he talked about that to some of his friends several times, but there was never a specific individual identified. And at this point in time, the sad reality is this could have been simply a case of the wrong place at the wrong time.
So did
Yes,
you
ma'am.
try and bring other girls out that night?
We have no information in that regard. No, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Does he have a criminal history? We can't see his juvenile records.
We-
Can you tell us about his past?
Well, juvenile records are confidential, but no, he didn't.
What about at school? Did he have any misbehaviors at school, getting in fights with kids at school?
I'm not prepared to discuss that at this time. Jessica?
The weapon that was found, was it like a pocket knife that you would carry around on a regular basis?
It was your typical folding buck knife. Buck knife. Buck knife. Yes, ma'am. Buck knife.
Like for hunting?
Well, some people use them for hunting. And they have multiple uses, I would suspect.
Was his family aware that he carried around that night?
Can't answer that question for you. Don't know. Folks?
Are they cooperating with you, his parents?
We have gotten a lot of witnesses that are cooperating, and that's about as far as I'm prepared to say at this time. Okay? Folks, I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate your patience. Again, I want to thank FDLE and the Sheriff's Office, and thank you for taking the time to spend a little time with us here today. Thank you.
Okay, so that's that. I don't know. I'll look later for the. Oh wait, yeah, I could talk. Whoo, coffee. You did send this little clip, and then I'll continue to try to look for the full surveillance, maybe. But I want to see what you guys. T-Pain, what's up, T-Pain? Oh, his dad? Really, Amanda? Huh. Wow. Are we talking about this case? Wait, sometimes I come into the middle of a conversation and you guys are talking about something else, and then I think you guys are saying something else. So let me make sure. Who's dad? I was worried about going out with friends. This guy in his case. after one, oh, if it was taken down, I would have thought. I mean, I would think they would want that down, but so I was surprised when you guys, a lot of people said you've seen it. But I'm gonna play that little clip that Coffee and Conversation, or Conversation and Coffee, or did I get it backwards? You'd sent me in a minute. Let me just check out chat. Hey, Malia. I'll buy get General Sorrow. If I didn't, you might already be gone actually. Yeah, it's not that, it's because I'm telling you, I'm in my thing. I told you, I think I have that narcolepsy, and it's in my wave where it's bad. So it doesn't even matter if I even get a full, like if I just got up and I just got plenty of sleep, it does not matter. I still can't stay awake. It's weird. Like I said, and then I'll be fine after my wave goes away. Sometimes it lasts. I think the times when I actually am falling asleep, that probably lasts, maybe like a week. I feel like it doesn't last as long as the times where I'm okay, but maybe not. I don't know. I have to actually start marking it down and see. So it started probably like at least 3 days ago or 4 days ago when it started back up again, where I was falling asleep a bunch. But like I said, it doesn't matter if I get a full thing. Like when I'd go to Columbus, to visit my brother, I would make sure that I would get a good night's sleep before I had to drive back and go in the morning, like right after, but it wouldn't make a difference. I'd have my coffee. If you narcolepsy or whatever, if that's what I really have, it doesn't matter what time of day, or if you did just get a nice 8 hours of sleep. Love and Coco, all thanks again. Thank you. But see, like when I'm up talking, I'm good. But like, for instance, sitting there watching that, can't stay awake. But if I'm actually talking, I'm usually pretty good, Okay, so, all right, I am gonna play that, and then I might. I made an appointment for the doctor for my knee though, but I can't get into the 9th. Oh, so I think I'm just going to go to the hospital this week just so they could take x-rays, because there's something going on. Because now my leg's getting all tingly and stuff down my leg. And I had showed my dad, and my dad said my leg looks swollen. I don't see my ankle swollen, but he said like my knee looks swollen, which I don't see it. But it's just so stiff. Oh, the ibuprofen helps through the day, but there's something going on with it. And then I'll get like tingly or something. So I think I don't know. Something's not right. So I'm going to go to the hospital this week. Okay, so I'm going to play that last thing. Oh, and I went to the clinic today for my INR, and I asked her, so Voltaren, yes, it increases it. Or that was yesterday I went. Either today or yesterday. What's today? I forget which day. Yesterday, because that would have been Thursday. So Voltaren increases it. Icy Hot increases it. I mean, so basically she said, it increases it. You want to take it. I'm going to have to keep going back to get it checked. So it does increase your INR. If anybody wants to know, if anybody's on blood thinner, you guys, Icy Hot, the menthol and the Icy Hot can increase, it makes your blood thinner. Voltaren increases it because it has something that is kind of like similar to aspirin in it. You're allowed to have lidocaine, and BioFreeze is okay. So in case you guys wondered if anybody's on it, that's the deal with that. Okay, so one more thing I'm going to play real quick. Thanks to Coffee and Conversation, sent me this little clip. Let me get it up here. Oh, I was going to play the one you sent too, Libra. So 2 more little clips, and then we'll call it a night. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly if it looks like it's like a. Hold on. Thanks, Love and Coco. You are just way too generous. You're so sweet. Excuse me. Thank you. Where is that at? I gotta. Oh, I have it up. Okay. Thank you. I think it was pulled, but I'm gonna try to do some digging because I maybe you just have to. It takes a while to get it, or maybe it was pulled, but Oh, thanks, Shelly Samantha. All right. Mary D. Yeah, I haven't went to the doctor. No, I didn't check. I just got my INR checked. The earliest they could get me into the doctor, and this was they even put it in as an emergency room follow-up, and it was still the 9th. So it's still almost 2 weeks before I could get in. So I'm going to keep that, but then I am going to go probably this week and get the x-rays or something on it, because I did something serious where it's starting to like go down my leg, and it's starting to go up my leg. It's starting to be tingling. My ankle's swollen now, and now my right knee's starting to hurt. So I did something. I don't know. Well, another one. Wow, Loving Coco, 2 of them in a row. Thanks. Oh my God, thank you. Aww, you're too sweet. I wish I could give you a hug. I know, Poochie, but the thing is, and then it gets really stiff if I don't move it, but then I actually still get stiff when I move it. So what's been getting me through, though, every day, I've been taking 2 ibuprofens. That's it. I know I'm not supposed to, but just to get me through. I think I'll be okay because my blood has been so fluctuating that I'm going in every week to get my INR checked. So if it starts to get too thin from the ibuprofen, I'll be able to know soon enough. So, because it'll make it thinner. So, that helps me through the day. So the mornings and nights suck, but in the middle of the nice chunk of day when I just take the ibuprofen, and when it's, that 6 hours, it's great. Not great, but I mean, it's good. It's a lot better. So I look forward to that every day. And then, yeah, mornings and nights just suck. Okay, so yeah, I'm getting sidetracked here. Hold on, guys. Yeah, they said I could call like every day. They don't, the way they do it is like, you could just call back or call and see if there's any cancellation. So I have to actually call them. So, well, another one, Loving Coco. Oh my God. We'll meet halfway for hug time. Oh, okay. Thank you. Wow. Oh, you got okay. Gosh, these yawns. You're Bozy the best. Wait, what? You're Bozy the best? I'm trying to figure out what that's supposed to be. You're Bozy the best. You're busy the best. I don't know. Oh, your body the best. I was only taking the part of the sentence. Yes. I do. Yeah, there's something going. It's weird. It started off with just like the pain in the front of the knee, but now that it's going up my leg, I can't even describe that feeling. It's like I was trying to describe, like it's stiff and feel swollen, but it's also like when I stand up, it feels like it's like it's gonna just like I can't even describe it. I don't even know how to put it into words. It feels heavy, and like it's like my knee's not support. Like it's just gonna like twist, and like I can't. I don't know. Like it's not sturdy or whatever. So I hate that when you have to go to the doctor and you have to try to explain what's wrong and you can't put it into words. It's like I'm trying to explain it, but I don't know how to explain it. Okay, so here's that video. I know you guys are probably waiting for me to play it. Sorry. Share audio. I'll play 2 more. This one, and then Libra sent me one that shows kind of the path, I think, a little bit. So this is the one, coffee and conversation set. Or conversation and coffee. I feel like I keep getting it switched around. Which one is it? Okay, so here's that. Let me press play. Oh, Loving Coco, you're just too. Another? Wow. You are just too sweet, man. Aw. Wow. It's like one after another after another. Oh my gosh. Oh no, I wish when you're not feeling good either. I feel bad. I still didn't get to see what you said was wrong, Loving Coco, because you probably said it and I probably kept missing it. All right, let me play this and I'll try to see Loving Coco. Or you could just text me maybe what's wrong. Because I keep missing when if you're saying it. Okay, let me press play. So this is, I guess, the surveillance. Now at the beginning, it just looks like a screenshot. So I don't know which one they're supposed to be, but I guess let's see. Both was seen together with Aiden. Hold on, wait. Let's rewind it. See, so we could read what it says. Okay, both was seen together with Aiden, 2 other friends, bad camera, but as you can see, she in her cheer outfit. So I don't know which one, let's just see. Right up there, maybe. A guy was nearby. I'll have to put this in my editor and do slow motion because everything is so quick. But I don't think that they caught too much, but it's still interesting to see it, I guess. So there's a car. Okay. Let me see here. What was before this? Actually, we can do slow motion. I forgot. You could do it on here. Hold on. This is slow motion. So this might be too slow. Is it? I don't know if it's this one or these two, but that's just her with somebody else. Probably they're saying. Okay, so who's this? Somebody's running up. He walks home. So that's him walking home. It almost looks like a girl. Does he walk home by himself? I mean, see, so there's really everything just goes jump, jump, jump. I want to see now who's this guy and where the heck are they? I have no idea. Where's that supposed to be? So oh, Loving Coco. You're so sweet. Another one, Loving Coco. Yeah, I wish I could like somehow thank you besides just saying thank you. I wish I could do more. So yeah. The other side of the pond surveillance. I don't know. Oh yeah, Amelia, yeah. That sounds like fun. So that's basically all that is. And then Libra sent me a video that kind of shows like a path. I think you said it shows like the path, right? Like from oh, hold on, I'll show you. Yeah, there's nothing more here. But thanks, Conversation and Coffee. It's more than what I've seen yet, Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, that's all. Okay. So yeah, so that's that. So let me move that and we'll play the one last video and then we'll have to call it a night. So I think it's this one, right? No, that's the whatchamacallit. Okay, so let's watch this. I didn't really get to watch. I just kind of skimmed through it because she just sent it. So we'll see what this is all about. No. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's watch it. people you're killing or loving Coco. Oh my gosh. I mean, where do you live again? We can meet halfway and we'll just have a coffee, and when you're feeling better, give you a hug and something. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to press play.
Tell First Coast News Bailey was stabbed multiple times. I know those are details that are hard to hear tonight, and her death has been ruled a homicide. Police say they found clothing that tested positive for the presence of blood in the bedroom of the suspect, Aiden Fucci.
And that suspect will stay behind bars until at least the end of May, we've learned. The 14-year-old had his first court appearance this morning, a judge ordering him to stay in detention for the next 21 days. Fucci is charged with second-degree murder, and it's not clear yet if he might be tried as an adult.
And investigators are no longer searching a pond near where Tristyn's body was found. This is video from yesterday as dive teams searched a pond off of a racetrack road in St. Johns County. It's not clear if anything related to the investigation was found inside the water.
We have team coverage for you tonight, but first let's get to Jessica Clark. She is live tonight in a neighborhood where Tristyn was last seen alive, and she's been talking with folks all day today, and it's still just hard to even wrap your head around, and you can't even imagine how the family and the friends are feeling tonight.
Right, exactly. This is a neighborhood that does not see a lot of police activity or crime. And so look at this, what we've seen here all around this particular area here at the amenity center where she was last seen alive, Tristyn, that is. We had a couple bunches of flowers out here yesterday. Now it just wraps all the way around this little island of plants. And I wanted to point out the aqua. You know, the aqua and the teal, that is her favorite color. A true sign that people are still coming out, even just a few minutes ago, to lay flowers, that they are thinking about her and her family.
She would always be the first one to give me a hug.
Tanya White helped coach 13-year-old Tristyn Bailey in cheerleading and cannot believe what's happened to her.
She just has, a beautiful smile and presence.
According to the medical examiner's office, Bailey was stabbed to death.
It's very sad for both families. It's very sad.
A report issued Tuesday by the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office says surveillance video shows Bailey walking with 14-year-old Aiden Fucci, now charged with her murder, around 1:15 a.m. Sunday at the community's amenity center. They are seen at a home surveillance video about 30 minutes later, walking in the direction toward the woods where Bailey's body was found the next day. And then 2 hours later at 3:27 a.m., more house surveillance video shows Fucci, the suspect, walking in the opposite direction alone. Tuesday, dive crews wrapped up their search of 2 lakes just yards away from where Bailey's body was found in the woods. No word on what or if evidence was found in the lakes. Meanwhile, Durbin Crossing neighbors and friends are mourning the loss of a vibrant and oh so young girl.
They want to know details, but it's no, they just don't understand. Like how, why Tristyn?
Investigators say that she was found clothed and that there is no indication at this point of sexual assault. Live in St. Johns County, Jessica Clark, First Coast News on your side.
So we wanted to break down the information we learned according to the arrest report. It says surveillance video spotted what appears to be Tristyn Bailey and Aiden Fucci walking north from the amenity center at 1:14 a.m. 31 minutes later, 2 people are seen walking east along Saddlestone Drive at 1:45 a.m. One is wearing shorts, a hoodie, and white shoes with the black Nike logo. The other wearing black pants and a black shirt. That same camera then capturing one person walking back west wearing shorts, a hoodie, and this time carrying white shoes with the black Nike logo. That was around 3:27 a.m., 1 hour 42 minutes later. Police found clothing with blood on it in the suspect's bedroom. Fucci's home is about a third of a mile from the south end of a nearby retention pond where her body was later found near. And tonight, our verified team continuing to separate fact from fiction in this case. The state attorney's office verifying she was stabbed more than once. And the suspect took a Snapchat selfie in the police car asking if anyone had seen Tristyn lately. As for what's false, we've learned that Fucci was moved to Volusia County Detention Facility because there's no such facility in St. Johns County. Not as online posts suggested, because the suspect's family had a connection to law enforcement. Our team is still working on whether the suspect will be charged as an adult or whether a weapon has been located.
We watched this already. Remember, did I play the wrong one? Because this is the one we watched. Like, I think we watched it right before the press conference. Because remember, it showed us the map and it showed us this and stuff. So either we watched the same exact one or it just had the same ending. I can't. It looked like the beginning might have been different, but the ending was the same. Yeah, this was the one of the ones that. What's her name? Oh, the 3 that I had played at first, but still, it's good to go over it again. So yeah, so that's interesting. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, if anybody finds it, send it to me. If anybody does find the surveillance, that's probably what happened. It was out real quick. Somebody put it out and then they took it down because maybe law enforcement told them. Because it seems like it's something they probably wouldn't want out. But you never know. You know how you watch some cases and they have so much stuff out and it's okay. Everybody's watching it. In some cases, like it was talking about before, it's like, oh, you can't even show this or can't show that. And they're like really very secretive or very private. So I don't understand. I mean, why is some of them allowed to and then some aren't? It should be basically the same laws. I don't know. Unless if there's, like I said, an accident, maybe they weren't supposed to show certain things, but above, wait, what? The whole mansion. She looks like amateur night next to this punk. Wait, what's going on? I'm gonna miss it here. I bet all this could. Oh, it won't even let me do that. What the heck? Hold on a second. 1 second, guys. Where'd that go? Oh, you guys must have got it, right? I was trying to remove a comment and when I'm on the Streamlabs side, it doesn't let you just remove a comment. You can either block it or like whatever. It wouldn't just let me remove it. So I have to go to the YouTube, but I think you guys already got that removed. Did you? Did you guys just remove the comment? It should have been removed. Yeah, go. Okay, you got it, Cement Shoes. I was trying to do it on StreamYards. It wouldn't let me. Thanks. All right. So, oh, there's another one. Oh, you guys got him. Okay, good. Thanks, Cement Shoes. You guys got it. It's just like on StreamYards, it doesn't show, or maybe it's behind or something. It sucks though, because it doesn't let me. It lets me put them in a timeout or block them, but like for instance, I wanted to just remove the comment, and I had to go all the way over to YouTube, but by that time you got it anyway, so good. But I guess I don't need to. If I got good mods like you guys, I don't have to worry about that, right? Anyway, all right, so let's I think that's all I have actually, guys. How's everybody doing? I'll probably get going here in a few minutes. Is everybody having a good Friday? What's everybody doing this weekend? This is like a holiday, Memorial Day or Labor Day. I always get them confused. Oh my god, I think it's Memorial Day, right? I have oh yeah, tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, come. It'll be 9 o'clock. I changed it because I forgot I told Mystic Brady 8 o'clock Texas time or whatever, her time zone, and I accidentally put the wrong time. So it's going to be 9 o'clock Eastern time. So Oh, I don't know. I did talk about Cash at the beginning, but I didn't see the one where. Oh, you know what? I did see that article, but I thought that had to have been like like that I was reading something wrong or something. Hold on a second. I read a part. I did that first where he was being charged with that other with trying to kidnap that other person and then assault or whatever those other charges. And then actually, hold on a second. I thought I did have that, but I overlooked it because I was like, there's no way. Hold on one second. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Is it this one? No, not this one. I don't know what I did with it. I'm sure I could just do it again. Hold on one second. And then I'll call it a night. Is it this one? Oh no, that's still the one where he basically tried to get his 2-year-old granddaughter broke in. That's what I talked about at the beginning about Darian Brown, where he went in and tried to get that 2-year-old daughter, and then he punched that guy in the face, and then he apologized to him at Walmart later, but now they want to press charges on him, so they did on Darian Brown. But I didn't know. You just said it, so basically I could just say, oh, he's saying he's innocent. Is that what you're saying? Is that pretty much it then, right? Is that what you're trying to say, Amanda? Who doesn't though? Who doesn't really? Who does? I mean, there's so many people that's like, I'm innocent. But a lot of people don't admit it. But I'm trying to find it. I did see the freaking header. But I don't know why. I just thought that it was. I don't know. Like I just overlooked it. I thought I did send it to me, but I guess I didn't. But is that about basically all right? That he's innocent? He's trying to say he didn't do it. Yeah, I talked about the attempted kidnapping. That's what I went over. That was the first thing that I went over actually on this live, was about his other charges and stuff. So yeah, I guess I already did that. All right, so I think that's all. So yeah, if you guys want to know, I did talk about it at the very beginning. Hold on a second. Oh, so this is the one where he's saying he's not the man. He's not the man. And then it's okay. So I'll just read this real quick, I guess. But let's see. Oh, come on, don't do that. Yeah, he's basically saying he's not the man accused of snatching 4-year-old Cash Gernon from his bed the morning of the boy's slaying says he's not the person seen in the now published home surveillance video, the man's lawyer said. Darian, 18, was arrested after the jogger found. Okay, so we know all that. Let's see. Prejudice community. Yeah, so he's basically his lawyer saying that he's not him. He's not guilty of breaking into the house and taking cash or killing him. This is not an open and shut case. Even if you believe that's Brown on the video, it does not mean he killed the kid, said Harris, who added that he's only seen the video online and has not received it from police prosecutors. Harris said he has not received any evidence in the case. He has visited Brown in jail and spoken with his family. Harris said he will request a mental health evaluation and anticipates there will be proof of a serious mental disorder. Harris did not provide any details. Yeah, and then at the beginning, if you want to know about the other part, it's at the very beginning of the live about the other charges. So just we can watch at the very beginning. Because I'm going to call it a night, but it should be easy because it's the first thing I talk about. So it's not like you got to like search through it. But yeah, all right, guys. Thanks for coming. It's been fun. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. here. I wish it was only. Oh, another one, Loving Cuckoo. Oh my gosh. You are too nice. I don't even know. Yeah, she fell asleep on the super chat. That maybe she did because she wasn't feeling. Oh my god. What if like it keeps happening and she's texting me tomorrow? Oh, Tiffany, I accidentally fell asleep on it. Sent you way too many super chats. That'd be a funny story. But thank you so much. So yeah, so Cash is basically that the Darian Brown basically he's trying to say he didn't do it. It's not him in the tape. And even if it was him, they didn't kill him. And then the other guy's pressing charges for kidnapping. I think assault. He punched him in the face. He tried to kidnap his granddaughter. But then later he saw him at Walmart and apologized. So that right there, no, he's not denying that. Never mind, denying the other thing. And then remembers all the other accounts of people complaining, all the other neighbors of like busting freaking Ring videos with the hammer. And there was another thing where he was like snooping in. Oh, he was snooping in that one where there was a video. There was like a few other accounts of creepy things that he was doing. So I know the one person said that when she was calling 911 freaking put her on hold when she was trying to report him for something. They put her on hold, which I've been hearing that lately, like people being put on hold for call 911. That's one number you should never be put on hold for. Like, can you? I mean, that's scary to think about it, but like, I mean, I guess what are you gonna do? You don't have, if it's like, what if it's really busy and you don't, well, you should always have backups probably for something like that, right? So that's that. I'm just going to kind of do a summary of what we talked about. And then the second thing we talked about was Larry Vallow being incompetent to stand trial. So she's basically on hold, a stay or whatever for her hearings. So what's going to happen though, if Chad keeps going forward, Lori's is on hold, and then is it going to make hers be set back because they're supposed to do the trial together, or they're just going to push Chad's back? I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, she's incompetent right now. She got an evaluation, so that I guess she's going to get treatment. And so right now she's not fit to stand trial. And then we played, I'll do some timestamps. So those of you that weren't here, we played the video from Justin Lum interviewed 3 people. He interviewed Zac Cox, which is it's Lori's nephew, Adam's son, Kay and Larry Woodcock, and Colby. So we played those. And then this Aiden Fucci stuff, played the press release, his court appearance. That was only like 3 minutes. What else? Just some other like news clips, which are kind of interesting. So yeah, I'll try to do timestamps if you guys want. You guys seem to like those. I would like them too, so you know where to go. So yeah, that's what we covered. I'll try to keep up on if anything new is going on in these cases. So now Aiden Brown. There's 2 other ones I was going to start this week and I never got around to it. I gotta remember which case. Oh, then the Vallow, of course. What other cases were we covering? Oh, the withstand or whatever. I got to keep up, see if there's anything on that, because that was an interesting case. That one. Let me just write. Hold on. These are the ones that I'm covering so far, just so I should write them and then I'll know. Make sure I remember. Okay, and then tomorrow is at 9:00. We'll be the medium will be in touch, hopefully, with Shanann, Suzanne, Shanann Watts, Suzanne Morphew, and Maya Malade. I had given her like some questions like about the actual incidents for each one, you know, like questions like Suzanne Morphew, for instance, like who killed you? Where's your body? Was there a fight between you and Barry? Like stuff like that. Like same with like Shanann. So we'll see, guys. It'll be fun. Mystic Brady, she's cool, so it'll be a good night. So come 9:00 Eastern time, and then yeah, I don't even know what's after that. We got to do open panel soon, actually, though. Like where I just put the link up in the chat again. Yeah, let's plan on that next week. Do open panel. So I remember the last time I did it, we had like 2 people, I think. Not the Chris Watts one, we had a bunch of people. But then when I just did like open panel, open case, I think there was like 2 people came up. I thought there was going to be like backups, like because you can only have 10 at a time backstage. I was like, there's going to be people waiting. Nobody came. So I'll try to tell you ahead of time if you guys are interested in coming, like open panel, open case. So that'll be good. But yeah, what are you guys doing for Memorial Day? So yeah, tomorrow, I know what you're doing tomorrow. You're going to come to my live. But what are you doing Sunday and Monday? Monday, I got to go to my nephew's birthday party. So I'll be going over my brother's Monday. But yeah, hopefully you guys have a safe, long weekend. And probably maybe Wednesday, maybe we could do open panel. So if you guys are interested, you know, like I said, just bring a case. And if I feel like last time people might have been nervous because they're like, I don't really know much about a case. But even if it's a case that, oh, I'm just interested, I just know a little bit, then we could even just look it up together and then discuss it, you know, instead of me just like coming up here and like trying to like bring up new cases and we'll have a discussion, you know, so like we could read something and be like, oh, what do you think? And it'll be fun. You know, meet new people. Hey, Shelly babes. Broken Justice. But it was fun. Thanks for coming, guys. Don Travis. Yeah, past cases. Yeah, definitely. Any case. Yeah, I do. And then for open panel, yeah, you could bring up past cases, current case, anything really. You know what I was gonna do, and I guess I could still do is I could have you do it, like when I did the Scott Peterson. I gave you guys like a couple weeks to watch that series they had out, the newer series that was like a few months ago, and then we talked about it. So why don't we do that with the new Son of Sam? It's somewhat new. I think. Oh yeah, wait, no, I think there's like a new episode every week or something. I don't know how often I don't even know how it's set up, but I know they have a Son of Sam series that already started that I was going to watch. I haven't started it yet. I don't know if it's like all the episodes are out already or not. But why don't you guys, why don't we try to do that? Like everybody watch it. Well, let me see. How many episodes are out? Does anybody know? And then if there's like a few, then everybody try to watch it. And then maybe like next weekend we could talk about it or something. Because that was kind of fun, like having something to watch and then talk about. Let me see. Let's see where it's at. I heard it's pretty good. I think Bella was saying she watched a couple and it was really good. I haven't watched any yet, but I think it could be good. I'm trying to find Netflix. Let's see. So it's on Netflix. I don't know how many's out so far. I guess I'll just have to get it on and see. So I guess if there's still not all of them's out, then whatever's out up until next weekend, try to watch it so you could come in on the discussion, whether you even want to come up on panel or just like be in the discussion on chat. I'll try to watch them and we could talk about it. Is that a case that interests you? Maybe it's an old case, and like if we watch the documentary, it might be cool to talk about it. So yeah, try to watch it and we'll definitely talk about it sometime. Yeah, Weird Mom. Tomorrow it's the guest having Mystic Brady. So yeah, come. And Bella. So Bella will be up there with me to help me interview Mystic Brady. So it'll be me, Bella, Mystic Brady, tomorrow night at 9 Eastern time. I'm not sure if she's necessarily come with questions, but I don't know if she's necessarily taking questions because I think she said it could get like kind of overwhelming with all these questions. So that's why we gave her like pre-questions. But there's a possibility like maybe she'll take some. I'm not sure. We'll just have to see. But maybe not. So I just got to Honey Killer. Oh, cool, Don Travis. I never played. I think Lieber, or no, that was Missy that was playing that, I think. Oh yeah, members live. We could do that too. Sometime. Yeah, Don Travis, come up on a panel for this week. We'll try to plan it for Wednesday. Depending on when I end up going to get my knees like figured out. But let's just plan Wednesday for the open panel. So anybody that wants to come, bring up a case that interests you. If it is a case that you know a lot about, that's awesome too. Like if there's some of you guys, this case that I've been following or really into, then you want to come up and talk about it. Yeah, my email, hold on. Okay, that's my email. And yeah, just try to start watching if you want. I mean, some people want to know like ahead of time, or if, like I'm watching something and talk about it, they want to know so they could be in on more on the conversation and understand it more. So just try to anybody that wants to do that, I am going to be doing a discussion on that Son of Sam documentary, or documentary series, I should say. So I'll try for this coming weekend, but sometime. So try to watch some of those. I know there's a few out already, and we'll talk about it if you want to be. And you could, I'll do a panel for those that you watched it and you want to be in the discussion too. So yeah, that's what we could do for that Son of Sam. But I'm saying too many things. So Wednesday will be open panel, open discussion, or any case. But maybe we'll try for next weekend to do like a Son of Sam discussion on the series. So whatever episodes are out so far. And if anybody wants to come up and watch it, or not come up and watch it, if anybody watches it and wants to come up and discuss it with us, then you can. So yeah, let's just plan that right now. Yeah, okay. All the episodes are out, and it's on Q Limited Series Watch. What does that mean, Libra? What do you mean Q Limited? Like I can't watch it if I'm on Netflix, or what? I don't understand what you mean Q Limited. Isn't it on Netflix though? Well, hold on. Maybe I'm not going to be able to watch it. Oh, a limited. But what does that mean, a limited series watch? Hey, Mary Olson. So I'm not going to be able to watch it? You got to let me know. Well, I'll let you guys know. And for some reason, maybe I won't be able to watch it. She said a limited series watch. I don't know what that means. I don't know, guys. If it's available, watch it. Because if you could watch it, then I'm sure I could watch it. So I'm sure it's okay. I'm probably looking into what that means too much, and it's probably, or I'm sure we'll be able to watch it. All right. So yeah. So that's kind of the game plan, I guess, for the next week or so. All right. Well, not that, Nikki. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Oh my God, that one. I was gonna do that. I have that in my thing because one of my friends, yes, that it's Australia. Yes. I actually have that in the queue to talk about that soon. I know which one you're talking about. So that one we are going to be talking about that. I don't know when, but I'm going to get to that. I have that on the list. I know exactly which one you're talking about. So that's funny that you named that one because probably all the other random ones I probably wouldn't know, but that one I do know. Oh, Dawn, thanks. Okay, so thank you for the super chat. A couple of us in here that want to play that game. Can we get with you and talk to you about it? I don't know. I've never played it, Broken Justice. You're talking about that what's it called? That game that they were talking about? I've never played it. What do you mean get with me? I mean, I don't even know. I don't have it. I don't even know how do you even do it? Is it something you could do online, you mean? Like, and we could play it like on a members live and do a member. Dude, maybe we could start one through our members and then play it with the members. But how does it set up? That would be a good thing to get some members, interested in coming into a members live. But so wonder if it's something I could live stream, if I could I'll have to see how it's set up. I don't even know how it works. Is it something you could put up like online and live stream or something? But is it, so it's like I don't even know how it is. Like it comes like, is it a video or I don't know. I'm lost. I know like I've heard of it and Missy was playing it, I think, but oh, there's 4 episodes. Okay. Well, then, yeah, let's do it. I just got to figure out how to get it and how to do it. We'll just do that for like a members thing. So we'll have to set that up. Maybe Bridget, you could help me figure that out because I don't know how to get it or how to play it or how to make it. Hopefully, there's a way that you could do it where you could make it interactive, where I could show it and then somehow we could all play, and it's an easy way to do it. So yeah, we'll try to figure it out. I mean, I'm definitely down. I just hope it's a way that it works, that we're all able to play it like that. So I don't know how the setup of it, but all right. Thank you again, Don, for the super chat. Monday is nowhere to be found. Millions were invested. Yep. I know. It is a pretty crazy story. So what do you think? Do you think it was like a suicide, or do you think it was like because she owed, so many people money that somebody was revenge, or more of like a suicide thing? I don't know. Oh, it won't be on forever. Okay, so then yeah, that's more. Everybody try to watch it this week then. So there's 4 episodes out. How many more episodes are there, Libra? Try if it's limited and we could talk about it this weekend and then get people, and then the people that watch it come up on panel and we could talk about it because I heard it is good. So all right, I better go. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Come by 9 o'clock Eastern. Bye.